the stream may notice that I'm not in a camera at the moment. This is my avatar. Um, we may be streaming in this, we may be streaming in the camera, depending on how this fleet goes. At the moment,
Don't,
there are a lot of people in system.
yeah, so I think the really important thing for today is how the server goes.
Yes. At the moment, you're unable to see local. I might be able to move that up in a bit, but in 8QT, which is the system the attacking forces are moving to, myself included, there is 5,100 people showing on my avatar client. On other people's, it is showing 5,800.
Wow, and there's actually 2,200 in system already.
Correct. The Keepstar is 57 minutes away, so there's still a long time for that. This is a extremely early form up for the attack inside. I was told Imperium as well have numbers in the realm of 2,500 plus.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy day. I'm almost going to call it. I do not think the servers are going to survive.
It will be very interesting. At the moment, you're just seeing on the avatar just the sinos we have active at the moment for pilots to jump in.
So maybe we should do a small recap of what's actually happening.
Yeah.
Because I said
So
it was a bit of a rerun because we basically had something very similar happen yesterday.
yeah, so Fraternity anchored a Keepstar in the system of FWST in NPC Delve. They anchored it at downtime. Goonswarm responded with a impressive capital force of dreadnoughts to kill the Keepstar. And as such, groups come in and in and in. 2 seconds, I'm just being moaned at for something.
It's kind of like a suicide gauntlet thing, right? Just one after another, after another, after another, just to make sure that that thing would actually die.
Yeah, so the Keepstar did indeed die. Imperium did lose, I'm unsure of the phone number, but upwards of 230 dreadnoughts to ensure the Keepstar did die. Whilst the Pappy forces had the field and we had capitals waiting in the wings, they anchored another Keepstar. I will swap to the camera and you can have a look at said Keepstar now. This is the Keepstar view. So this one was anchored shortly after the other one died. Local in this system is 2,500, and you can see there's the blue fleet forming around the Keepstar.
Do we have the battle report from yesterday? Do you have that available?
I don't. Could you grab it for me, Caleb, please?
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, there was a few battle reports went around due to the numbers as well. It took a very long time for everything to get put in.
Oh, Caleb, that flag you had us put up. Is that going to lean us in a direction or two?
I don't know. Maybe a little bit. I think it's okay. I'm gonna insist that Sully put a fat B in there somewhere.
Well,
I can't find the BR. Do you have the BR ready somewhere, Metal? Because
Imperium
I don't
flag.
seem to have it.
let me see if I can grab it from pings that went out yesterday. There we go. I might have it. Yep. This is. I don't know how accurate this link is, but we will have to have a look and see. So I've pasted it in the Twitch chat. That was the fight yesterday. And today it is set to be almost record breaking with the amount of players still here.
Yeah, that one looks correct because it's also got the Keepstar, I think, right?
I'm not sure. I don't think the Keepstar's on there. I'm not sure about the kill mail itself because it seemed to have taken a while for it to appear on Zkill and other killboard sites. So
No, I don't. No, I actually think it's not there. But it ended out at almost a trillion, and then you add the Keepstar, so what, 1.12 ish.
If I jump on cam, will my face appear?
yes.
Hmm. My hair needs to make an appearance.
Yeah, we'll resize the videos.
Pav is actually criticizing our battle report, saying it's all wrong.
Yeah, Pav, if you're able to find a more accurate one, please do link it. It's very difficult for me to find one at the moment. I have a lot of characters and a lot of tie-dye.
There's no battle report yet. So you're talking about D
From
scans?
yesterday. From yesterday.
From yesterday's Keepstar Fight Metal is one we're after.
I see.
In theory, the battle report should pick up the kill mails.
All right. So what are we looking at today? It's essentially round 2, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say it's like the escalated version. Definitely. At least what, 25, maybe even up to 30, 40% more than yesterday.
Now, I'm going to try something daring. Let's see if I can show brackets on the Titan.
All right. There we go. Unfortunately, I can't stay the whole time. I've got various things over here.
So there's the current force waiting in P-Taxi. Sorry, in 8QT. P-Taxi hasn't got as many pilots as we are funneling into here.
They're asking why your Doomsday's offline.
So, the reason my Doomsday is not flying at the moment is I am about to be bridging that fleet, and my fit doesn't allow the Doomsday and my bridge online. So, once they've finished bridging the fleet, I'll be offline in the bridge and online in the Doomsday.
Okay, let's size this up here. We would do I was thinking of going back into time 2 months, all the way back to July 4th, and to kind of recap some of the events that have led to this moment. And there are very few big moments that we can point to. There's a ton of small things that have happened, but essentially the first, go back with me, Sully, if you can remember. I know you're doing multiple things. Maybe it's not a good thing to.
I am doing multiple things, but I'll try and answer as I can.
Okay, from memory, let's see. This war started July 4th. Maybe July 5th technically is when the NIP ended, but July 4th, right before, or it depends on where you are in the world, I suppose. Imperium invaded from period bases. They invaded, was it Omist? I think it was Omist, and they just wiped out a bunch of iHubs, or at least reinforced them all. That was the very first move after the big speeches had been made. And we thought, whoa, these guys came like charging out of the block. What's going to happen? Is the war actually going to be fought on Test's territory? Is it going to be a defensive war for them? And nothing really came of those iHubs. They either repaired or they were repaired by the people who lived in Omist, Army of Mango, because they have a Chinese time zone. So nothing really came of that attack. It was pretty interesting. But almost immediately, a lot of the fighting happened on the bridge systems, like TCAG, G-Magic area, or some of those bridges that you see from Catch, from Stain, from Omist. Those were the ones that we were looking at in the south. And then slowly forces piled up in Hophib that were NC. PL, Horde. That's where they were going. So pretty much a couple days after that, oh, I know what it was. G-Magic, we were watching 2 Keepstars were dropped, and people were funneling in from different coalitions. That was the first few days. Then there was amazing resistance from Initiative to essentially hold back PL, NC, and Horde in the north. There was a few attempts to come in and take the iHub there that was up for grabs, and there was a huge show of force with Titans sitting on a Fortizar watching a gate. In other words, they were waiting for them to cross in, and that moment never came. So I think the reaction by Killa B and the northern powers was, haha, we made you form. But it was an impressive formation for the first week or two. And that's kind of what we saw. We saw some skirmishing, and we saw Horde kind of moving around up in the northern part of this war in Fountain, taking down a few things here and there. But it wasn't until, let me open a map so I can actually get the names of these systems for you. I don't have them all in my head. I think it's 4KB.
D4 was the Fountain system, and 49 TAC was the Courier system.
Yeah.
Was the Paragon Soul. I think it was, if my math's right, the bottom one.
Yes. I'm going to still open this up so I can don't have to search my memory banks. There was one of the quickest victories in the very, very beginning, the early days of this war, was a system. Let's see if I can find it. They took the iHub. That is, the Legacy took the iHub.
Yeah, it was the regional jump from Stain.
From Stain, yeah. And that was a surprise, but I don't think anybody expected them to hold it. One of the chief characteristics of the early war was that anything that Imperium, that Legacy was able to do in the south was being repelled by the Imperium in a pretty effective way. And they were missioning into territories like Esoteria and the backfield and, creating some timers there, but it didn't distract Legacy from their mission. So for a long time, there was kind of a standstill as Legacy could not cross these long bridges from outer territories into period bases or Delve. But in the north, it became a different issue entirely. And that happened after the battle of the capital battle, really, of, is it D4?
Trying to remember.
No, it was right. It was a neighboring system.
Yeah, it wasn't
LTAC
D4.
A.
It was...
LTAC A.
That's the one.
Yeah, so in LTAC A, there was a little bit of a slip up. Again, it was an accident, but we had some capitals get drawn in. I don't know the specifics of why they decided to jump in some capitals, but they actually put in some carriers, and those carriers got bubbled. And at that time, but a couple nights before, there had been a giant move up for dreadnoughts up to Hophib, which put those dreadnoughts, and I think there were 400 or 500 of them, in range of Fountain. And those dreadnoughts then were able to take care of those carriers, and some of them got away, but they lost 40 carriers in one go. And it just kind of shook everybody up. And at that point, you started to see a tactical retreat from the initiative and from Bastion. And it was a staged retreat, and they moved back into IGE, I believe. And then they moved into the south of Fountain, and they started to really give up a lot of territory really quickly. And I think they wanted to go down to the south part of Fountain to try to hold that. I don't really know what their plans were, but at that point, Horde just kind of berserked over the territory and just started taking over all the iHubs, and things started moving fast.
2 seconds, mate. Oh, hey, Torvald, thanks for the raid, dude.
Thanks, Torvald.
Yeah. You don't see this in the Abyssal.
All right, back to story time. At that point, you had, see if I can get the system name. Yeah, anyway, you had a battle in YTAC 2. I believe it was, well, actually, what happened after that was that the base in Hophib moved forward into Fountain itself. So at that point, you had 2 coalitions in Fountain that were fighting over it. And Initiative Bastion further moved south in order to take care of YTAC 2. That's the bridge to Delve. And that's where the last battle of Fountain would be fought. But what happened was that there was a really incredible bombing run. They were fighting over a Keepstar, but there was an incredible bombing run from the leader of the initiative, Sister Bliss, and Boat. And they managed to score a direct hit on a Raven fleet that was somewhat out of position, a little bit late. There were some things going on, and just wipe out most of their firepower. So all that DPS fell off the Keepstar. The Keepstar managed to make itself safe, ruining all the work that had been done. And that was a big, big victory for the Imperium. It was essentially a shock to the system because they hadn't really been stopped up until that point. We're talking weeks into the war now. In the south, status quo. Things are moving back and forth. Some fighting going on in Catch or the backfield of Legacy. Probably some fights going on in Horde space and also Oasa. These are all the territories of the people who are invading. Their territories are seen as kind of open right now for attack. That YTAC 2 victory was really something, put a lot of momentum back into the Imperium. Like, this wasn't going to be a collapse. This is, they're fierce, and the closer you get to them, the harder they're going to punch. The closer you get to Delve. I'm checking some notes.
Yeah, I'm just going to change stream back to the Keepstar so people can see what's going on there.
Then we had another Keepstar battle. I'm not sure which one that was. I want to say it's just one that I don't recognize, but it belonged to the Bastion. And that Keepstar battle was another subcap engagement, and the server crashed. And when the server crashed, the Keepstar was able to repair. So that was the second victory in a row for the Imperium. But everybody knew the server crash was kind of a neutral victory. It wasn't a tactical victory. It was a systematic failure of the game's ability to handle so many players. Because I think there was I want to say there was 4,000 people in that fight.
Yeah, the numbers from that crash, it was very low numbers for a node crash. Even CCP came out and said that something odd must have happened, because at the moment we're seeing above and beyond those numbers by over 1,000, and nodes are still fine. So I think there was something wrong with the node itself that caused the crash, because it was a smart bomb fleet that caught some jackdaws. That was the final straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, and resulted in the nodes going down.
Yeah, they were looking at smart bombs. They were looking at some of the failures, because 4,000 shouldn't have shut down a server. So that was another semi-victory or at least, live to fight another day moment for the Imperium. But it didn't last long, because at that point, you saw a massive move fleet from the south, from G-Magic. Those two Keepstars that were planted at the beginning held a lot of the super capitals. And the super capitals started marching north. So they were coming to take Fountain, because it couldn't be done with so many subcaps. They needed to do it with bigger assets. And once the supers were in range, that allowed the dreadnoughts to be able to go to work a little bit easier, because there was a big brother in the area. And so the remainder of the Keepstars could be destroyed with less ships and less people in system, and that's what happened. And so they were able to take all the rest of the Keepstars, 6 total, and they ended up taking YTAC 2 pretty much without any interference, and all of Fountain collapsed and was burned, and Horde raided over everything. I believe there was it 400 structures, or was it 4 trillion in damages and structural damages?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think it was actually both, because of once you get rid of all the Athanors and Vitars and things like that.
Yeah, there was clearly hundreds of structures. I just don't remember how much it was. But yeah, it was 4.4 trillion in structural damage. And this is funny because, well, it's not funny, but this is interesting because it's pre-cores, which means that kind of structural damage in the future will be pretty much twice as much. Then, once Fountain was done, there was a pretty quick retreat, and all those supers and all that hardware started moving south again. And you started seeing Keepstars being put up in the Asian or Chinese time zone, as Fraternity was putting down a Keepstar in places like Ermelin, Gademan, I think. And then you started seeing that Keepstar trail enter Quarius, as Quarius started to actually go under attack relatively soon after the Fountain campaign. I would say like within a week or so. There might have been a week of a lull as people moved around, but they wasted no time getting into Quarius and starting to attack those iHubs. And there was a few battles that could go either way, which was pretty interesting, because then you saw an actual give and take. But the majority of the iHub victories were going to Pappy, or as we call him, Anaconda. Yeah, here's a report from Fountain, just so we have some summaries, because I think these numbers are correct, but thank you, IB Puppy, for giving them here. There was 6 Keepstars, 7 Sotios, 15 faction Fortizars. Those are the ones that are more rare. 41 Fortizars, 32 Tataras. Those are engineer. Those are mining, the giant mining drills, basically on moons. 14 Asbels, 263 Arthanors. And is it only 18 Astra houses? That's not very many. Retaro's 25 jump gates. This is important. The jump gates allow travel for a certain team, but 38 of those jump bridges were wiped out. And when the iHubs go down, they get wiped out anyway. So by Horde taking over all the iHubs, those are infrastructure hubs, they didn't allow any roads to be built by the Imperium. So their travel in Fountain came to a screeching halt. They had to move through gates, which was much more dangerous, or they had to get themselves into jump range to jump in, which is also dangerous. So that's a big advantage. So the roads were built, and I want to say the Fountain was essentially scrubbed clean. Infrastructure was not in Imperium's favor at that time. And then they abandoned it and went south to fight over Quarius. Yeah, so huge numbers coming out of the Fountain campaign. But what was interesting is that right away, as soon as YTAC 2 went down and everything was scrubbed clean, maybe a couple days afterwards, the initiative just raged right through the place as well, flipping all the iHubs they could. And they got about 2/3 of it done within days. That means they took out iHubs and put up their own iHubs. And that allowed them to reconquer the territory essentially, except for a few systems in the northern parts, which were taken over by local pirates and by a group called Nullsecnia that was starting to make a home there. There wasn't much resistance, but they decided to do that. In the meantime, Quarius is now becoming the focal point of this entire war. And you have iHubs flipping, and now you're starting to see an actual Keepstar drop. Let's see where that first Keepstar was dropped.
Which is system the stream can just about see local.
Slowly creeping up on 5K.
Yeah, so local update for those listening, but not as much reading chat. There is just about to hit 5K in FWST and 8QT local, which is where the Titan pilot was and the remaining Super and Titan fleet and some sub-capital fleets is 4,200. This could very well escalate 10,000 plus if we were able to get in the system.
Yeah, we're already at, I think if you look at both sides, we're already at 9,000. I believe there's like 3,000 for Imperium. You're seeing 5,000 here, but I think there's another 1,000 somewhere. They're going to pass 6,000. Together, that's like getting right up there to 10,000 mark, which would be the biggest assembly of pilots EVA's ever seen. I think it was just over 10,000 pilots for the I think it was 9-4, whatever the $1 million battle was. 9GC, I think it was. A lot of the same players that were in that are here. Same leaders.
Local decided to drag itself off. EVE clients are not liking this.
Well, we still don't have the ability to shut off the graphics, but that's coming soon. That was a dev blog that was announced. All right, let's go back to story time real quick to just kind of build up to where we are today. So the first Keepstar was dropped in 1MF in Quarius by Pappy forces. And then a second one really was right after that, PTAC Z. It was like a few days later. And now you had that staging ability of super capitals as they could live in Keepstars in Quarius itself, which gave them range to be able to strike harder and bigger in any of the systems they wanted to in Quarius. But then this was essentially them marching on Delve, but they still weren't at the gates. That didn't happen until 49 TAC U. Do you want to... Scully, I'm wondering if you have any insight into 49 TAC U.
The fight in particular, or just the system itself?
The fight in particular. Well, let me start with that. The 49 Tech U is a storied system, not only on Tranquility, but also on the Chinese server Serenity. That was where the global power balance was decided in a huge fight, not unlike what we're seeing today. But for Tranquility, the server for everybody else, this was always been a storied system because it's a bridging system. It has a gate to catch right there. Sorry, a gate to catch. So catch has always been a place where there have been big powers sitting on, residing in, like AAA for a long time lived in catch. Delve has always been an area where you had, Band of Brothers living there. You also had Northern Coalition. You also had the Imperium lately in the last 5 years. But Delve has always had a population of very strong powers, and so has catch. And so that bridge is a bridge between usually two blocks. And 49 Tech U is essentially the Delve tri-region area's gateway to catch. So how did they take it this time, or if you remember the events around 49 Tech U in this war?
So, from the last major fight that was there, was defending their Fortizar, and both sides went in with supers and dreadnoughts, and kind of they did manage to save the Fortizar, and it was a very big thing for the Imperium, but the Fortizar was soon reinforced again, and at this time as well, more groups came into range on it. From then on, once we was able to establish the PTAC-Z Keepstar, a lot more capital projection came into Quirius. And as such, Quirius itself, we haven't attacked the Keepstars in Quirius yet. There are still Fortizars that haven't been attacked and killed. It's sovereignty at the moment that is just being held. I know for the Keepstars, they are planning on getting a Sinojammer online, so that we can use our Super and Titans under the protection of a Sinojammer, which means that there isn't a chance for dread bombs and the such to come into the system with us.
Right. Those Sinojammers aren't available until 30 days after you take over the infrastructure hub, right? We call the iHub the permission slip to build infrastructure in an area, but you have to hold it uninterrupted for a certain amount of time. And to get all the way to level 3, which is what you need for Sinojammers, you have to have it for 32 days, I believe.
Correct, yeah, and I believe we are a week away from reaching that landmark.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it's not too far away. It's either a week or 14 days. It's not too distant at all.
Yeah, 49 Tech U has a Keepstar that belongs to the Imperium. I think it was Initiative's actual capital system at the time, which doesn't mean they lived there. It just means they designated it as their capital to give it additional defensive points. But once that iHub came down and they took it over, they put up their own iHub, and that is 1 week away from maturing to the point where you can put a Sino jammer in it, which means that capital ships cannot jump in at all. But the people who control that on and off switch are Legacy Coalition, NCPL, and all the rest of PAPI. At that point, they can let their own supers in, close the gates, and go to work on that final Keepstar in 49 Tech U.
Yeah, they are still able to take them through the regular Stargates. However, it's a very risky strategy. It's one of the reasons why there was not much push into Quirius from through 49 Tech, was because we wasn't able to jump our capitals onto the correct grid. We'd have to take them through the Stargate, which means if we were bubbled and other things the like, it does make travelling into the system very dangerous. So that's why Pappy Forces set up a 7 additional Keepstars throughout Losec just to go around into the north of Quirius from Iridia.
Question from J5. Can ships jump out of a Sinojam system?
They can, yes. So Sinojammer only stops the activation of a Sinosaural field. It doesn't inhibit anything leaving. It stops regular Sinos and industrial. Black Ops and covert Sinos are still possible, however.
Right.
So at the moment on the stream we're seeing here, NC super fleets are jumping in. Local is at 5600, and yeah, Tidar is at maximum.
What local are we talking about?
FWST, that's currently what the stream is seeing.
The actual battleground.
Yeah.
All right. So, are they the first ones on the field?
There have been some capitals, some dreadnoughts, and some carriers that were in position, but these are the first super carriers in position.
Sully, can you turn up your mic so they can hear you a little better?
Yep, 1 second. Let's see if I can. I might be able to, it's hard to say.
All right, this is going to be maybe, if the servers hold up, the most amount of players in one system already. This record before this was, I believe, 6,000, just over 6,000, 6,100.
Yeah, so we are at 5,700. I think I might have boosted my mic. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're at 5,700 with more and more capitals and subcapitals jumping in the system.
Understand the Battle of 9GC, I think it was, had 6,100 or so people in it. That was everybody that was coming to that fight. There might have been 4,000 people waiting to jump in that never jumped in. So there was about 10,000 people involved. I think we got that number from Fozzie. But only 6,100 made it into the system. And we're already at 5,700 with just one side in the system. This is a gargantuan battle.
And that is still not everyone from that side. I'm still sat with a subcap fleet on my Titan Mountain Bridge in. We still have 3,700 in 8 QT.
This could very well be, at least so far, the one thing we can say is these are maybe the biggest form-ups we've ever seen.
Yeah, this is really putting any of CCP nodes to the test. I don't think anyone has predicted how many people would have formed up for this, and it's still impressive.
Well, the other day, I'm losing track of how to separate these battles out, but we've seen some battles, but they're mostly strength checks. They're accidental slip-ups, or they're formations, quick formations, to show each other, essentially, maybe not to show each other, but it does show each other how many people are coming to fight. And normally the Imperium wins those strength checks because they can always, one of their strengths is they have so many members and they're able to organize and keep organized so many members. But what we're seeing is a conglomeration of multiple coalitions coming together to form even more numbers when it comes to a fight. So you're seeing these two, I'll call it creatures that are like bears, right? They kind of circle each other, and every once in a while they stand up on their hind legs to show their size. And we've had a few of those battles, some of them where there was a few swaps and wounds delivered. Some capitals were destroyed, but nothing catastrophic or anything. And we've seen a few of those, but this is the first time that these two powers are really facing off against each other for a very important strategic goal. And that is this FWST-8. That's the field that we're going to be seeing. It has an incredibly good jump range into Delve, which means that if a Keepstar online's in there for the Pappy forces, they can move to Delve, essentially. And then you have essentially what you have is two bears in a room. There's going to be a fight, or one of them has to leave. And that's what we're seeing the beginning of today. This is the second bear coming into that small room. Is it going to happen, or is the bear living there going to be able to push him out?
Yeah. I've swapped back to Anna just because we've had the command for every super carrier and dread to undock, so we're just going to see more appear into this ball.
Wow. So to bring you up to speed, there have been some pivotal fights in Quarius specifically after the Fountain campaign, which is almost like a lifetime away, right? You're seeing Quarius pretty much taken over. There's still fights going on, but this is the first time that we're seeing a group enter Delve, put down a structure, and start to threaten Delve proper. And this is something that Imperium wants. This is something Imperium has been asking for. They want these fights. They're happy to fight. They're happy to defend their territory. They didn't want to defend Fountain very much. They didn't really want to defend Quarius. And period basis is really off the table at this point. Secondary, nobody needs to come through there, or nobody needs to destroy it. The real fight from their position has always been for Delve, where they have multiple defensive structures, and they have their infrastructure of roads still set up. They still own the iHubs. They still control it very well. $6,000 in local. We're going to break the record. Records.
Yeah. At the moment, I'm just fighting with settings for the camera because it's not happy. It's using up too much RAM.
That's your actual.
Say.
Yeah, the system that we're talking about, the system is in Delve. Now, it is NPC Delve, which means it's not owned by any player group. It's owned by the Blood Raiders NPCs. They own a few systems there in Delve where they make raids from. So nobody can own this. There we go. I think we've already beat the record there, 6,134. Now remember, these guys aren't fighting yet, so the servers may not collapse. And if there is no battle, I'm not sure it's going to be the biggest battle ever. It may be the most players in a system ever, but if there's no fight, then it doesn't go down in history.
I would be daring to say that if there was 6,000 people in local and they was indeed fighting, I have a feeling the server would not survive. Server performance definitely gets dictated by what actually is happening in the node. And at the moment, it's just people kind of being in the system, sat around, bubbles up, boosts, and things like that. There's not actually any shooting.
That's the moment where the record was broken. 6,200 in local. Never seen that number for a fight. Yeah, never seen that number ever.
I will transfer back to the station cam once I stop fighting with these settings.
So that was kind of funny. A moment ago, we were at 6,134. The record a few years ago was 6,142. And we have cleared 6,142, which is the old record.
Yeah, my clients are definitely not happy. They are in pretty much maximum potato, but I think the UI only change may change things. I think it'll be less visually appealing though for a streamer.
6,200 ships in system. That's astounding.
Yeah, and Killer is saying that there's practically 11,000 available when you count both sides.
Wow.
Yeah, I think if you were to tally up all people ready to jump into this one system, I think your number will probably be around about 14,000 pilots. which
Again, people are saying you're a bit low on volume.
I've tried to turn it up as best I can. I'll just try and speak a bit louder and maybe not shout so much.
Yeah, maybe talk louder. Or I'll talk quieter, so there's not such a big difference. How's that?
Yeah, Kirillod said there's 11,000 only from Pappy sides, so there must be
Oh my god.
the Imperium forces add on top of that.
Well, there's a couple of reasons for this. Some people have taken off work on both sides. I know at least one person on Imperium did that, so I imagine there's more. But I believe it's a holiday for China, and so a lot of those players that normally wouldn't be here might be here, so that might be adding to the numbers.
Yeah, as well, this timer was perfect for the EU guys. I'm specifically in the UK, so the timer was at form up was at 6 p.m. and timer comes out at 7 p.m. It's kind of right in the ideal sweet spot of people finishing work, getting home from work, and things like that. Obviously, for those further apart in Europe, it gets a lot easier for them because it is slightly later.
Okay, so that's your catch up. We'll have to do that again just to replenish. But so that's your background in this war. It was kind of like economically, you weren't really seeing it show up on the monthly economic reports until more recently. You also didn't see a high level of commitment early on as far as people showing up to do the actual fighting. There was, we really had to say, where is this war? Because it just seems to be like a low grade push and shove kind of thing going on, not huge battles, but we've entered a new phase in this. And this is why we called the Pappy Coalition anacondas, right? Because they're circling Delve and they're going to slowly squeeze it until there's nothing left.
Yeah, I do believe it's worth mentioning that it's Dunk Dinkle that actually named it that.
Elise made an example of what the strategy was. So it's more like the anaconda strategy. But then Dunk Dinkle came on and said,
Picked up on it, yeah.
Yeah, he just doubled down on it. And we're like, if you like it, we like it. But recently, Billy said, can you just call us something else? I was like, whatever you want. I will call whatever group arrives, I can give them whatever name they want because it's ultimately the player's decision to name themselves. 6,325 in local. That is already a record.
Yeah, my station camera is wanting to crash. So I'll see if I can get that back online.
At this point, there may not even be a fight because it's going to take two things. One is the will of Imperium to jump into that gigantic tidal wave of players. Two, servers have to survive.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting with that because so much from one side is in the system, it almost locks out everyone else.
Can we look at the actual grid?
I'm trying to load it back up now.
Oh, it crashed? Okay.
Yeah.
Connecting.
So we should hopefully see it soon-ish. It'll be my response there. Racer just said, show brackets on the Keepstar grid. I don't even think my computer could handle that with just that client open. Let's see if I can get the camera to load. It's trying to log in now.
Oh, Baker Syed said, Delve is going to shatter like a fountain. Oh, like fountain. I thought Delve's going to shatter like a fountain was kind of poetic, but good saying there, Picker said. Most people in battle. Wow.
Well, I'm hearing sounds from the camera, but at the moment I see a black screen. There we go, so we're back in on the camera grid, local at 6,432.
All right, take over. I have to disappear for a few minutes. Or take it away.
Hopefully going to be loading grid with a Keepstar. I can say that there is some Titans on grid because I did recognise one of the Titan pilots' name. So I'm either saying in chat that he fail jumped, so I don't know if it's an attempt, but we'll see.
You think we can even pull a D-scan at all right now?
That's a good question. I kind of don't know the answer to that. I'll try an 8QT and see how that goes. And I just realised I'm getting a bit dark, so I'll fix that. Ooh, 2 seconds, please. Right, so there's a D-scan from 8QT. And I am slowly loading grid back with the Keepstar. So, for Age of Black Bear, quick recap, my camera client completely crashed. So I've managed to get him back online. There is 6466 people in system. Keepstar is still not out of its timer.
About 4 minutes left.
Yeah, once I come out of my emergency warp, I'll cloak up and hopefully be able to get a good eye on it. We are seeing some Bastion and Goonswarm pilot system. I believe that was a Raven and a couple of bombers, so there may be some things going on here.
I don't think the server is very happy to load people onto grid. It keeps going up and down, yo-yo.
There we go. I've managed to get back in and cloaked, which is always good. So let's see if I can brave a D-scan here. So, yeah, so that's just the recap so far. Is we are seeing now the NC Pappy super fleet. There are other fleets here as well. The D-scan will hopefully reveal more. So in chat now, that is the D-scan for FWS. This is the big bull.
Hang on.
So that was why I originally had the brackets hidden, because there is a noticeable drop there. So here is the overview of all the capitals in system. And let's say from the D-scan you can see that there was 200 Thanatoses and 197 Nixes, total of 400 carriers and 389 super carriers. Combining that with the 8QT system, there was a further 100 Titans and 30 supers still left there. There was still a majority of them docked, however. So since we've loaded in grid, we are now seeing the bubbles appear. This is just because of the load on the server. Camera, that is correct. Once it does anchor, so we have just reached the end of its anchoring time. So any moment it should be switching to repairing, and that is where it can take damage and become vulnerable. Once it is in the repairing state, they can also still dock. They can still tether, dock, and do everything as if it was a regular Keepstar. Just obviously, it's going to be unfit entirely.
And back.
And there we go. There's the repairing timer having begun.
Uh-oh, that means people are going to start pushing the fire button and the server's going to start dying.
There's an interesting Discord message I've just got from a viewer who said he was wondering whether the amount of people that are still stood by, are they waiting for the node to fail so that when the node comes back online they can jump straight in?
That would make sense, to actually attempt to make sure that it doesn't keep counting, but it's a little bit difficult, right? Because we already saw that even though there was time left on, was it the 49 fight? Or was it, no, the KVN fight, there was no one that could actually log in time to actually start pausing it again.
As well, we saw, even with the 49 attack fight, as well as the Keepstar yesterday, disconnects and things like that are still very risky because although the grid may be heavy under tie-dye, there are changes. And we are seeing a hostile dreadnought on his way in.
And I'm pretty sure that if this node crashes, we're going to see the login server potentially crash as well. Because everyone will try to actually hammer back in, and it's just going to die.
Yeah. Which wouldn't affect people outside of the target system already, so... But we are seeing a TNT pilot there in the Naglfar. Unsure what his intentions will be, but it's a very interesting position for him to be in.
What kind of Leroy Jenkins move is that?
I'm not sure. I'm wondering if they... I've seen a couple of Initiative Ravens pop up as being tackled. I'm wondering whether they may have a presence here. Let's see if I can change overview and have a look and see if there's any battleships here. I don't have those brackets, unfortunately. I'll have a look at this one and see just how much of a mess it is. Ooh, there's a fair few battleships there. That's right. I'm just going to modify these. The Army of Mangoes. Just for the record as well, this isn't even show all brackets. This is just all the ships present in the system causing this load on the client. I still don't have things like drones showing and loads of other things.
This is so crazy.
So it looks like the initiative of their Raven fleet, rather than have them grouped up, making them vulnerable to one fleet, they have spread them throughout the entirety of the grid. Which is a very impressive move because it means that rather than one group trying to get in them, bubble them out of position, things like that, it's each pilot is responsible for themselves, making it also that much harder to find that one Raven that's closest to you. I'll turn back to capitals just because it hopefully will make the client less jittery. But we've seen that Naglfar is no longer present, and there was also no, the Naglfar, excuse me, is still there, and there is now a revelation there as well. And I believe the highest count we had was 6,466. It was bouncing very close around that number. And as well in 8QT we are still seeing 3,400 pilots still here. I'm counting 4 subcapital fleets and Supers and Titans and Dreads. Apollo just did I assume that was the look scan. He said 4,196 Pappy, 1,946 Imperium in system. So I've had a request for me to show it for everything again, so I'll try and do that. I'll zoom out a bit more and we can then see just the enormity of this grid. Yeah, I'll select the Keepstar and we can then look to see the timer. It is currently being paused. So there is a timer there.
We are
Apologies for
literally
the
in turn
silence,
base.
guys. I'm just being a bit ready to call to do other parts. Because the Keepstar is being paused, we're now going to get more subcaps in. I'm just bridging in the additional subcap fleet because where they have spread out it is making it very difficult for the groups to effectively clear them. I've just been asked to open a bridge and there is no cyano.
Lol.
So even cyano's showing up taking time. But we are about to see local go up by a few hundred people as well, so we may even break the record that was set a few moments ago.
Yeah, I think a few has either dropped or gotten killed because it has dropped a bit. We maxed out at about 6,400-ish, right?
6,466 I remember seeing. At the moment, I'm trying to bridge in a further 250 to this 6,300, which would really add it up.
So, are we expecting them to arrive in what? A cigarette's time or a cup of coffee?
How long's a piece of string? It's I think it's one of these. No one really knows because I haven't even seen the Sino appear on my Titan pilot yet. But, yeah, we are seeing there is definitely a good showing for the battleships on both sides. I just read Nick's comment in chat there. Whoever the folk at CCP that are putting ice packs on the servers, they are the true heroes there. And I think ice won't cut it for this.
No, I think they need the liquid nitrogen, otherwise it's not going to do anything.
I would love to see the stats from this node from CCP on its performance, as in how much RAM it ended up using and the processing and things like that. Because I think that would be quite a staggering amount there.
Well, we can actually ask them because they are streaming it as well, so we can see if we can't convince them to give us the stats.
I'm thinking due to the scale of this, there may be a scope post as well, or dev blog coming out saying we had this many pilots in the system because we have broken the record already for pilots fighting in a system, and it's only going to ever go up.
Yeah, exactly. So there's definitely going to be some sort of announcement.
But it's a very good well done to CCP as well, because if you imagine this fight on this scale 4 years ago, it just wouldn't have happened. Even as well with tie-dye, that really did change the way Eve fights are, because before tie-dye you wouldn't have ever had this money. You wouldn't even had half this much because of the servers causing too much lag on clients and things like that. So it is a very good, well done to CCP in terms of how much they've managed to progress their hardware to cope with the ever growing demand of larger and larger fleets.
It is the only real solution to this kind of scaling, right? There is no other way of doing it.
I've people ask my type pilot if the Sino is there yet, and I was like, haven't seen it. I'm checking every few seconds now. Casper asked what was the record. I believe, Caleb, correct me, 6,142?
Yeah, that's the official number from the Guinness Book of Records. Let me just post it. Lady Scarlet was so nice to actually find it for us. Hang on.
Yeah. I'm hearing chatter here from both fleets that I'm in that the silos cannot light because of tie-dye. They physically are not activating.
Wow.
So it's physically impossible for more people to come in. So, excuse me, stream. I'm just gonna have a quick drink because that's better. So, Edram, it is. I could do that. However, I don't have a pilot that's actively got the Keepstar locked. I'm willing to, if there's an initiative in system, who's also on the stream, who can update the percentage for me, I'll happily put a little text up. Second, do that.
I think CCP's stream is suffering a bit. It seems to be coming in at like 1 FPS or something.
And that's with CCP Aurora's brand new card. that we have finally got the Sino just lit.
Yay!
Hey PJ, I assume that's you. I'm still in Razor, so I'm on the Pappy side. So a bridge has finally gone up from my Titan, and we are now seeing more people jump in. The Sino took about 5 to 10 minutes. See if I can put this camera down so I can lounge back a bit. Ugh, there we go. So I am seeing people now leaving 8QT, very slowly granted, because they still have to load on the other side. There is currently a large group in chat calling for CCP to disable the bounty system, as apparently that is causing issues as well. But I imagine CCP are doing a nice big review from the Keepstar crash to ways of improving performance evermore as their standard, as I think they are as standard anyway. Thank you, Razor. I'll update the text. At the moment, PJ, I don't know if it's going for the node crash or just going for the Ravens managed to pause the Keepstar very effectively, so it's kind of got a cause and effect, but there is still staggering number of people in system. So from chat there, Dark Hearts Rising said a game without tie-dye, I assume tie-dye, would be amazing. It is and it isn't. Unfortunately, years ago, there wasn't tie-dye, but we would still push the server limits, especially with things like large fleet battles, supers, or Titan fights. It would still cause lag on the server, but rather than tie-dye slowing things down, allowing everything to catch up, you'd have issues where pilots' guns wouldn't stop cycling. Like you would shoot once, they would stop applying damage. We'll start getting that here, but just because we've beaten the limitable tie-dye. But if you imagine what we're seeing here with a third of the pilots, that is what it would be like without tie-dye.
It's basically not technically feasible, right? There is no real... Well, there might be tech out there right now that could help with these things and might actually be able to do this without tie-dye, but again, then we would just eventually bring more dudes and we would be back to the same problem. This is what we've done for 17 years. Every single time that there was a hardware upgrade, we broke the new hardware, and that's been the case until we got tie-dye, and tie-dye kind of made it possible for us to really scale these things. And then we've pretty much been breaking the record and breaking the service once every 2 or 3 years, right?
So Murray Smith just put there that tie-dye was a turn-off for him, and it's made him quit the game. Tie-dye is both, I see it as a blessing and a curse, in that I've been in fights before with just the lag before tie-dye was in the game, and there were large fights there that really did make me not want to play the game. Especially on the unreinforced nodes, you would get two full battleship fleets versus each other, and you would start getting intermittent lag. When they introduced tie-dye, those same fleets are still able now to shoot each other. There is, it does scale up, 10 to 20% tie-dye, and that's pretty standard. You still have full control of your ships. These extra large fights here are just a different class, because as the game has progressed, more and more things have come, and more people have come back to the game now, and local is at an exorbitant amount, 6,500 people in this system, which you would have never expected 4 years ago in a system. Jita used to be capped at 2,000 players, and it used to be sat like that for days until CCP started to increase the cap there. I don't even think it's so much triple digits there, Darth. I think once you start approaching 1,000 is when tie-dye can get to a difficult point. It all depends on the ships as well. Carriers are inherently more tie-dye intensive than other ships, just because of their fighters. Their fighters act differently. Launching fighters can cause server interference as well as the damage you apply. However, if you had, say, 1,000 pilots in system in just battleships, there wouldn't be that much effect. This grid, we've got missiles from the Ravens, we've got missiles from every ship here, we've got the carrier fighters if they're out, any boosts that are going up, any bubbles. There's so much going on here that I'm surprised the server is still functioning, and I'm very impressed by that.
Yeah, and especially because, of course, the discussion has been going back and forth since the big fight started, right? We've had a few that was pretty much scaling to a point where the server started taking hits. We've talked about how there's all these, well, what do you call that? Blue sky thinking technologies coming, and people have been commenting that Eve Echoes is on a multi-threading architecture, so it's going to be able to do more ships in one fight than Eve Online. And well, we've just seen recently that that's just not the case. The bottlenecks are not as simple as just things like multi-threading or RAM or even the speed of the CPU. There's just so many other things when you have to load balance so much activity on a network, right?
Yeah. Apologies for those that may have just heard a window sound. That was my computer saying it's beginning to overheat. It's kind of hot in this room at the moment. I'm just going to quickly open the window. It's greatly getting up there in processing power. So PJ just said there about the record. Currently now we have just set the record at 6530. More and more pilots are still coming in system. People are still obviously leaving system. So yeah, it's more people are coming in and out. Let's see if I can get a look on the...
It would be nice to get it up there with the 7K marker. That would actually be kind of cool.
Thank you, Racer, for the update. I'll adjust the text. So racers are set. The Keepstar is at 90%.
Yeah, CCP stream has the actual Keepstar targeted and up, but it's ticking away in massive lag. It looks like when you're flipping.
I do believe our Discord has decided to have funny 5 moments as well. That was very odd. Let me just quickly sort the Discord video. Not quite sure what happened there with Discord, it just didn't like us.
Was it Discord or only your client? Because I didn't see
It's
anything.
like Discord just decided to turn off my webcam and pretty much turn itself off. Which was very, very odd. Yeah, luckily CCP gets the benefit from the fact that CCP Aurora, who I believe is streaming, is flying the Polaris frigate, which means that she can target and no one can target her.
And she can go all the way into the big blob and just go, "Hello, boys."
Yeah, she gets to look at them as well with a ship that, even if she forgot to hit the "Don't Target Me" button, would still take a decent amount of time.
I don't think you can actually kill them at all. Not if it's a Concorde frigate.
It is possible for them to die the same way that there is a kill mode for a cockroach out there. They are very rarely killed. The cockroach was due to a dev on TQ being AFK eating lunch and forgetting to hit his cloak button.
Wow, that must have taken some time to actually kill that thing.
It was, I believe it was 2 pilots in a Drake, and they took him about 20 minutes. It was because it wasn't the Polaris, it was the cockroach. They don't have a huge resist, but
Yeah,
they
that's
did
true.
drop the Enigma frigate, which entity at the time, the main collector, did offer them a large sum of ISK for, but CCP had to remove it from the game. As there's distinct there, so you see there's a Drake and an Ishka that killed it.
I just want its cargo hold, to be honest.
Well, most people would like to be able to hold Titans assembled in their cargo hold.
Yeah, that would be kind of fun.
It would make moving for me logistics really easy because they intercept a warp and a line, but Titans can fit in their cargo. It's like every logistic pilot's wet dream that.
Yeah, you can basically go cloaked all the way to 1DQ and then just pop all the Titans out there. It's that silly experimental ship, right? To people that don't know, it basically has almost all the features of pretty much all ships. I think they even added the battleship frigate bay, right?
Yes, it's the CCP's test ship. It has every possible bay, and every possible configuration, just so they can have fun with it in certain ways. Especially on CC, they like to use them, but it is just to test out new features like the frigate escape bay. It even has something which not many ships do. I believe only one other, which is the Primate, which is the command center hold. It even has one of those.
And I think it's actually been in the game since launch, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it's one of the original ones, same as some of the Jovian ships, just that placed there for CCP to test and play around with. There are ships, I believe, that aren't indexable as well, that they CCP have access to. Indexable, which I mean you can't search for them in the item base or the marketplace or anything like that, as they are hidden from public eye. So I'm going to modify the view to include caps for the moment, because I feel like we're watching too much of a slideshow.
Hey, Murray.
Afternoon.
Hey Mo.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, the client's not liking this many things loaded on the overview. It's jolting from one to the other.
Yeah, at this point, to get a decent lock on the grid, you basically just need to look at the Keepstar and not look at anything else. Just stay zoomed out.
Yeah. So there are 6 dreadnoughts there. I'm going to do one action every 10 seconds. Let the claim just catch up. We have just seen there a notification that so there are sirens out on grid, which means that the carriers do have their fighters deployed.
Oh, yeah, no, the fighters are all out.
I'm not brave enough to show all brackets, unfortunately. I'm fairly certain it will close the client again.
When I had it open on another client, they pretty much all had their fighters out, mostly going after like battleships and things around the edge. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, goons can, in theory, just keep throwing dreads and battleships at it until it dies.
Um,
The
let
question,
me just interrupt. Can you
Yep.
check the sound volume? Because Murray's a lot hotter than you are, Sully. And I'm talking about voice.
I'll drop Murray down a little bit. There we go. So, Lord Alec, there is 6466 in system. There was 6532, I believe, was the highest we saw. Even my client turning on the camera is not liking it.
the Goonswarm attempt to use Myrmidons and Gnosises as 500 MN drone boats was largely unsuccessful. They seem to have mostly died according to the kill board.
So Malcor, I am trying to get the Keepstar back to center screen. It's very jittery at the moment. I'm just going to do a look at and then zoom out. I'm sure that'll be a bit easier. Yeah, it's with the fight going on as well now. A lot of people are struggling. I believe those ships that are warping off and back are actually just DCs. So I'll be interested to see that super pilot because he isn't going to any celestial. If he has fully DC'd and if he is going to be safe or if he's going to have any issues come up. Yeah. Two seconds, please. Stream. I just had someone knock on my door. Okay. So yeah, we are seeing, and I'm hearing some more targets are being called out for some of the subcap fleets here. I just need to quickly send a message.
You don't hear people at the door often anymore.
What was that, sorry, Metal?
You don't hear people at the door that often anymore.
No, just a couple of parcels I ordered a couple of weeks ago, and happens to be the day those arriving, which is always convenient. So we're currently seeing 8, 9, 10 Imperium Dreadnoughts set up around this Keepstar in different places. We still do know the Raven fleets and bombers are also still applying damage. So, Fig, there goes the client again. The blue is the Pappy, and red is the attackers. Sorry, red is Imperium. My correction there. Yeah. Just quickly, whilst the camera's not got anything useful to view, I will swap my view to another character I have, and we can see just the forces present on the 8 QT Keepstar, so we can get an idea of what's currently not in this fight, but is one jump away. I'll just get the camera in a better position. Just until the station camera comes back in a decent position. So here we're in the 8 QT Keepstar. We're going to see the amount of supers, dreads and titans that are here. So there's plenty more also docked. This is just what is waiting.
Killer Bee has just entered the room with us.
Hello.
Hello. Which system are you in then, Killer Bee? The camera's decided to go back.
Lean on your mic source and see if you can turn it up a little bit. And Killer Bee, are you still here?
Yeah, but obviously I might hop off. So maybe give me a role so I can join this channel again, like on my own.
Oh.
Just unlock it, Mac.
I might just leave and then come back and then leave again, that kind of thing.
You can just unlock it, Metal. It's fine.
It's not fine. We saw earlier why it's not fine, but it is unlocked.
Is that any better for my mic?
Let's have an audience reaction on that.
I have just heard some reports that people are being kicked off of the node. There's quite a few people that have apparently lost connection / been kicked.
You sure that's being kicked as opposed to, like, CPU catching fire? Just client crash.
I think you're seeing both. It's also the local numbers are also differing from client to client, so the servers are not really keeping up, I think. Like the INN stream is showing 6345, and that's not what Sully's got.
No, mine's showing 6410 and it is rapidly dropping.
So basically we're not really, the server's not giving us the right numbers and not giving us the numbers at the same time. So I think they're struggling.
Yeah, the numbers are dropping in local very rapidly, which would go alongside a partial disconnect, but it's also very odd that it's gotten to that stage. And so I'm hearing from test capital pilots that they are crashing out.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah. Whilst we've just got
So-
a little below, I'd like to say for the Bastion pilots that caught my camera on the way in the system, you were very quick on that button. We're just seeing there some dreadnoughts literally just disappearing from view, whether they're either docking up or being logged off after time. But we're all seeing local at different numbers, so the server is definitely not being very happy.
To be quite honest, with the raw number of fighters on grid, I'm surprised the server is still alive at all. Fighters are notorious for not playing nice with the server.
Yeah, it's been historically that fighters were the cause of many things actually going offline and many server crashes.
I think the Keepstar is at 85%, is what I've heard.
Cool. I'll update the text. I wonder how long that pilot has been. I've just seen a self-destruct there for a capsule. I wonder how long he has been sat there waiting for the self-destruct. So INN over 0.84%. Yeah, is anyone able to confirm whether the timer is still paused or if it is counting down again? I'd imagine it's still being paused.
Yeah, it should be. It's still taking damage.
Okay, thank you.
Then again, we don't really know because our visuals are not necessarily right and true.
No, that is correct. We did see the Keepstar timer when it was coming out of its anchoring phase. We saw it hit down to 0%, and then it immediately jumped to 13 minutes repair timer. But the server is still holding up somewhat, at least. There are still over 6,000 in local.
just for a little perspective, usually when you check the Twitch numbers for actual viewers, it's around 2K, maybe 3K on the maximum days. Right now, you got 6.6K viewers
just on
the,
Eve.
yeah. And the really funny thing is when you look at the overview, it's just the blue ball on pretty much all the screens.
Yeah. I could put it back to show all the ships, but I'm getting one frame every 5 to 10 seconds, so it's very much more a screenshot. So, Mjolnir Twitch just said he's just downloaded, trying it after years hearing about it. Top tip for a new player. Probably your best bet would be finding a group that's able to help you both learn the game and realize what you want to do in it. Like Malcolm said, there is a referral link that allows you to get more free experience, as well as it gives the person who refers you, if you buy the game, like buy the Omega time, gives them a reward as well. But realistically, you'd probably want to look to find yourself a nice group just to help you understand the game, what works, what doesn't.
And pace yourself.
Yes.
Get ready for a little bit of information overload. If you think you can like sit there and figure out this entire game in X amount of hours like you can in other games, not gonna happen. Pace yourself, patience. Just see where you want to go and play with some dudes that can actually help you out. That's really the best thing to do.
Yeah, I'm sure chat might be able to help give some information on nice groups for new players with high sec and null sec.
Yeah, I would actually say be careful of the null feeder corps because it actually benefits most players to have a little fun by yourself and not be completely carried because then you get the achievement of actually doing things and discovering things yourself. If you're basically going into a group that has everything organized and everything figured out and in spreadsheets and stuff, it becomes a bit like playing a game with a walkthrough. It's not the same. Still, of course, you can enjoy it, but you don't get that achievement thing.
Yeah. So if you there's a organization just put a invite link up there, so you can use that one and you're able to get some more skill points, things like that. But yeah, it's mainly finding a good group of players that works for you as well. Roughly the same time zone always helps. Just take an open approach because yeah, I've played this game for over 10 years and still things surprise me. I don't think anyone truly has 100% knowledge of this game. Not, I would be daring to say not even the TCB devs know everything about this game. Yeah, as I just put, jump on our Discord. There are help channels in there as well, and general just chit chat channels about pretty much every aspect. So, and as well as check out many other streamers. if you're ever thinking of Abyssal, Torvald, who's made us earlier, he's one of, if not the best Abyssal player out there, I feel, because he is doing it pretty much all day, every day. And there's plenty more good streamers that will help you out there. Well, unfortunately, there is a age-old saying that comes with EVE. There is only one true way to win, and that's when you stop playing.
And then the real question is, when will you have a relapse?
I'll be the first to admit I've stopped playing before and I've come back to the game. And you then have the gigantic learning curve of what has changed. Many of my corp members have just recently come back to the game as well, all with the same thing of, right, okay, what's changed and how bad's things changed.
And this is where those big organizations are really helpful, because they have all the information updated, so you can go in there and pretty much learn the entire game all over again.
Yeah, I'm seeing local climb back up now at almost at, yeah, there is 6,400. I remember seeing some more Titan bridges come up from 8QT, so some more pilots are still slowly travelling into the system.
It might actually be capped. Could actually be capped at 6,500. That would actually not surprise me.
We did break the 6,500 barrier, but I'm wondering if they've put a cap on that was below that, and hence the disconnects we was told and the crashing is them getting down to that cap number.
Or we could theorize that it's 6,660. But no, if people keep getting kind of almost automatically disconnected at this level, it does actually smell a little bit like a hard cap.
So Malcolm just said there he's in 8QT, but doesn't see a point in undocking. You should. There's 0 tie-dye in 8QT, and it's lovely to see all these Titans and Supers sat on the undock. It's the only reason you'd ever undock there at the moment.
I'm surprised that Pappy chose super carriers over bringing in long-range Titans.
You don't think there's a little bit of a speculative incentive on that one?
I mean, it's all big theory, right? But a lot of the targets on grid, Dread's at 300, battleships with no prop mods at like 300. Those are the things that you generally use long-range Titans to kill. Like, that's kind of their optimal target. Whereas supers and carriers, the fighters have to boat around. Fighters are unresponsive, so it slows down the kill speed a fair bit.
So
Yeah,
I've
but in this case, a server crash would potentially be a win, right?
I've just seen something very interesting and rather funny happen. A pandemic horde spy has just been caught out in the Super and Titan fleet for Fire Coalition because he has been going around stealing from people's fleet hangars.
No.
A-type adaptives, Trusantia modules, capital modules. He has literally just gone around and just hoinked whatever he could from fleet hangars and then dropped fleet and joined another.
That's good.
Isn't that a bit of chump change to actually burn a spy on?
I mean, it's a P-Horde spy, just make a new one.
Ah, okay, yeah, sure.
It's 8 days old and not really if you consider. So I didn't have the fleet hangar open for my Titan, just for that reason. But inside that there is 5 billion. When you account in the capital mods, boosters, things like that. And
If he was going around in
tethered
a
on a Keepstar.
DST, he could have made off with quite a bit.
He doesn't even need to make off of it, so to speak. He's tethered on a Keepstar, so he can literally open the cargo deposit, select all, and drag and drop. But it was quite comical that it came around. Let's say he probably got away with a few billion from the Fire fleet, but I'd imagine he'd have been going around to all of them as well. Cairo says there he's burning through beers like CCP servers are burning through hamsters. Yeah, I wouldn't go amiss with that one right now, but yeah, we get to stay and watch this somewhat slideshow. Locals just about to hit back up to 6,500 again. Devious has said he's not seen any bounty calls come through at the moment. Apparently CCP have disabled the bounty messages.
Wow. Now that's exciting.
I wonder if they've posted anything about this on their Twitter yet.
Yeah, I agree with Malcolm. If they've turned it off in null, just turn it off everywhere and never turn it back on.
I used to enjoy the old bounty system when you used to be able to get 100% payout. But since they changed it, it's kind of not anymore. There's no drive to go bounty hunting, so to speak.
Maybe they should just consider bringing back some sort of free-form contract system, so we can make our own and do some sort of third-party servicing where the contract is controlled by a third party that gets some sort of the cut.
So Greg just put in chat, goons are apparently using a Nyx to shoot the Keepstar, and the Horde are going to kill it, and AWOX to spy out. I don't see there much benefit in that from the DPS that's on grid. That should be keeping this structure paused anyway. I think
I'd actually argue the opposite. Depending on how long that Nyx has been doing that without anybody noticing, which to say, like, you could do that for a really long time without anybody noticing with how messy the grid is with fighters right now. That Nyx is, with its fighters alone,
it's about
probably about
8,000
5 or
DPS.
6 of those long-range dreads. Because the long-range dread is only doing 4,000 DPS tops. And that Nyx is doing like 25,000.
It's about 8,000 in this state because of reloads and stuff like that. But the main thing will be is if they have hit damage cap, then it's not a real benefit. That makes sense.
I think the odds that they're at damage cap are pretty low.
They've got a lot of battleships around.
Yeah, but if you take into account tie-dye and the fact that Keepstars have a massive damage cap.
7,500 DPS minimum to pause, I think it is. Or is that the cap?
Yeah. So, and that's 10%. So 75,000 DPS is the damage cap.
Let me check. Yeah, 75,000 is the damage cap. But yeah, it'll be a very interesting burn of a spy. Yeah, it would be very interesting. The first battle report has been posted up there by BKM, which is showing that the Imperium has lost almost 70 billion, with Pappy and co almost at 9 billion. So Malcolm just asked, if it's stalemate still downtime, will it go online? Well, historically, they used to. However, CCP changed it, so when things go into downtime, the timer actually gets paused, it doesn't continue. So if it does go to downtime, it will be a race to after downtime again to log in and do their best. At the current rate of damage being applied, assuming we're probably around about 80% now, and it's been an hour that an hour and a half that the structure's been live and shootable, so it won't make downtime at this rate. It will still go for another 4 or 5 hours, but it won't make it the 7 or 8 that is needed. Yeah, Devious. I'd imagine that is just an unfortunate spike of lag at the moment you're supposed to kill him. I'm just going to quickly disable the webcams whilst I munch on a quick chocolate bar. I'm sure no one wants to see me eat.
Apparently, our TIS engineer is currently in limbo death, where he doesn't really know if he's dead or not.
I dare say he is not alone in the facture. I would be willing to say there is a fair few in that same situation.
Do we have any more dudes trying to sign in or log back in?
I still see bridges going up from Titans in 8QT, but there is no main subcapital fleet here anymore. They're all either in system or attempting to get in system.
So maybe they're all in limbo tunnels trying to get in.
Hmm. Yeah, Lavinda, there's a few things that CSP have made unaffected by tie-dye. Structure timers, I believe, are still not affected by tie-dye, as well as skill training and things like that. I'll be right back. You like to cover Caleb quickly?
Yeah, as best as I can. There's not that much really happening, or at least nothing that's visible. We're seeing
There's nothing new happening. Like dreads are coming in and dreads are dying, and subcaps are warping in and subcaps are dying. But that's the same stuff that's been happening for the past half an hour.
Yeah, and the timer or the local limit pretty much looks like it's stuck around the 64 mark, right? Doesn't really move. Are you on field actually, Murray?
I had a character watching it for a while, but I was at such a low point of FPS that I couldn't even refocus on the Keepstar, and I gave up.
Lol. It was literally a painting, and it was not changing.
Well, the painting wasn't in the frame. It's the bigger problem.
Iron is saying that it's holding around 75-74% on the structure left on the Keepstar, which pretty much fits with what you can see in the visuals on CCP stream. So I think that's actually pretty confirmed. So Murray, how much do you think this can set back the actual Super and Titan proliferation? Like the whole war, I mean.
I mean, that's entirely dependent on how much dies, right? Like, if they don't have a large super cap fight and you only have, a handful of supers or titans dying in little ganks here and there, then in terms of the actual proliferation, it doesn't change much. But on the other hand, like, a lot of the balancing around super cap and capital proliferation these days has gone into the other end of just making it more difficult to use them.
Yeah, but that's CCP's nerfing, right? That's the way that they pretty much disincentivize them, it feels.
There we go. I am back. And camera's back up as well.
But it's also this strange situation of, well, at least from where I sit, that happy forces are like a lot of groups with each their own Supers and Titans forces, right? And when they're kind of attacking what you would consider like a singular unified Chip King, it's really not a good idea because you risk getting weakened at a disproportional in a disproportional way, right? It's not going to be even losses for all the groups that are currently in the part of the attackers.
Potentially, but I don't think anyone's particularly worried about that.
Really? You don't think they're afraid that they are betting or committing more than the other groups and relatively weakens themselves.
I mean, PanFam, Bar Fraternity, and Legacy have largely committed roughly the same stuff, and as much as you like to in a big fight, you know, like I'm going to target the weak link and maybe I'll just shoot like Legacy Titans and see if I can knock Legacy's Titan group out of the war or something. A lot of that is just not as viable as you want it to be based on how people jump in or what ranges or the exact specifications of the fight.
Well, of course, you can't necessarily speculate in it from the defender side. I think that would be difficult, but it would still potentially just be an effect of, even if it was just call it random, right? At some point, you have a risk that someone has committed more or lost more than some of the other groups, and that completely flips the geopolitical power play, right? Because we must accept that. Let's say that the snake people actually win, right? On the other side, there's not going to be a blue ball anymore. At least I don't think so.
Yeah, it's
Well,
hard to say
it
what's
won't
going
be
to
a
happen after.
I mean, PanFam and Legacy will fight each other. They're pretty evenly matched as coalitions go. There's not, I don't think there's a time zone where one is particularly dominant over the other. So there's not even like something like that they could lean on.
I think if they wanted to fight each other, they can't anyway by leaving Imperium on the board, because they won't weaken each other, knowing that Imperium wouldn't grow in strength by staying out of it. So I think that's why this is a preemptive war for that.
Yeah, this is what part of it makes sense. But again, back to the what losses do you accept on the side of potential geopolitical power on the other side of the war if they win? I do think that that's a very scary thought. I would have that in the back of my head if I was in any of the current attacking groups, because it could end in a Mexican standoff afterwards, right?
I mean, to get to the point where the losses are significant enough where you have that question, you need to whelp like an entire Titan fleet, which I don't think Pappy expects to basically even be possible with the numbers they're fielding versus goons.
So you're saying that you think that they're going to try and do this without really committing and sacrificing their Titans?
I don't know. I mean, a lot of that just depends on whether goons are willing to put Titans and Supers down defensively on one of their Keepstars, right? Because that's probably the only situation at this point where goons are actually going to go in all the way on like the armor timer of a very important Keepstar, where they still have control, or at least nominal control, of the IHUP and TCU.
Well, I personally suspect that they're going to do it on even the first Keepstar that is a proper one in Delve. I think they're going to commit, and I do think that they are willing to do the trading of Titans.
I've just seen LinkedIn chat, as well as spoke about in stream chat, that the Goon Spy Nix has been destroyed.
It's dead.
And it was pretty much in a full ratting mode.
It's max damage. Do the most damage you can to that Keepstar.
Can you repeat what that was?
A pandemic horde Nix was using its fighters against the Keepstar, and they got noted out. and has since been destroyed by Pandemic Horde.
For the question in chat, blue is Pappy, so it's Pandemic Family, PanFam, which is a lot of groups in it, and then Legacy, which is another large coalition. Both of those coalitions are blue. And then on the red side, you've got the Imperium, which is a coalition with Goonswarm, Initiative, and a few other smaller groups.
Yep, local is still sitting at 6,400, bouncing up and down as things are. Yeah, Devious is in 63, 64 in system. I'm currently seeing 6409. And Dr. Sparta said about the no 3D mode. It would be interesting, but the question I have with it is, do you see where they are in space? Like, would we still see the overview, or would it just literally be an overview, nothing in space at all? And how many of these fights will just be reverting straight to that, rather than having them go to potato mode? So, Naka has asked if the Keepstar is vulnerable. What percentage? It is vulnerable. It is being attacked. I can't tell exact percentage because I'm unable to lock it. But from CCP's stream, I can see it's about 75 to 80% ish. It's somewhere in that bracket. There's still a long way to go for both sides. Either the Pappy defense force here or the Imperium attacking force. Still a lot of damage that needs to be done on both sides. Yeah, that's just my rough estimation on it. CCP are even attempting to load it up themselves, and that's even taking time. 75 or 78? 75. So it's currently at 75%. So they are a quarter of the way through killing this Keepstar. And it has been coming up to 2 hours.
Yeah, getting closer to actually a third, right? At least if I'm reading this right.
It's 25% down, 75 to go.
That's actually very fast.
It will be, in theory, slower now they've killed that Nyx.
I mean, they can do this. They can take this thing out.
Hmm.
It'll be a huge victory for them. At that point, no matter how many people you bring, it won't make a difference. You know what I mean?
No. We know they did try out with the 8QT Keepstar, they did try using bombers and bombs to keep the timer paused, which would have been very effective if not for the tie-dye, which made it so the bombs were more difficult to lock, and there was issues alongside that for the bombers, so they do still have a lot on this field.
It would be completely different if you could repair, and the sheer power of the repair could balance out the DPS.
It's not really, since they made reps diminishing on most ships. If it was able to be on instructors, they would of course still suffer for the diminishing reps. So it would be interesting, but I don't think it would be a changing factor at the moment. There's still too much for the attacking side. There's too much Imperiums along grid.
The fallback position would be to drop multiple structures at the same time. I think I've seen that tried before, though it didn't work.
That is the valid theory, in that structure spam still does provide usefulness. So yeah, it would be an interesting thing if this Keepstar does die. Will there be another Keepstar anchored very shortly, similar the way this one was anchored yesterday? Because ultimately, in terms of the ISK war, if there's
Right.
130 billion, 150 billion destroyed for the Imperium, then that kind of equals the value of the Keepstar.
Right. That's what was so lopsided about yesterday's fight. 900 billion didn't equalize the Kipsar kill. So if the Imperium can figure out how to do this on the cheap, then they're coming out ahead.
Yeah, not even necessarily cheap per se, but just not, 900 bill. Like if they can kill that Keepstar spending 350 billion, maybe 400 against the 3-to-1 odds that they're facing, that's probably fair to say functionally a quote unquote win for the Imperium.
Yeah, it's ultimately, if they destroy
Because
this Keepstar, they are winning their objective. They are defending their region. So,
and I don't know how many more of these events, like, I don't know, it applies to both sides, but I don't know how many more of these people have in them. Like, I personally already could never be bothered to jump into one of these fights. And if I'm a subcap in a Munin or something, and I'm just sitting orbiting a Keepstar for 5 hours, and I shoot like 3 or 4 subcaps that get close enough to me, that's not fun. So, at the end of the day, you might start to see numbers drop and the fights end up getting a different vibe to them, as instead of, 4,500 characters versus 2,000, you're looking at, 1,500, 1,200 characters versus 2,500 or 3,000 total.
yeah. I do know that it's not a lot of pilots, most notably those in the Titan fleets that I'm in. We are just sat in a system without tie-dye, but unable to really do anything because we can't go into commit into system, because we won't all make it, and there's no benefit from us being there, as opposed to all the subcut fleets, which are getting targets, but they are 5-minute lock times, 5-minute kills, rinse and repeat. It's more if there's going to be any change up that I think will be what decides whether people can come in on, i.e. will they put another structure down and just hope that that time round it goes their way, or will Imperium just use the same tactic again? Because there's got
Well,
to be a change to, if this one does indeed fall, which at the moment is still looking likely, how will they modify this strategy for their next one?
yeah, if this Keepstar dies, I think if PanFam want to drop another one, just for the sake of the people coming to the timer, like on their side, they're going to feel a need to change tactics and do something more aggressive to actually make sure the structure lives.
So Raven's Court has asked in chat for a recap. So the Keepstar timer came out of repair, and the first super fleet we saw was the NC super fleet. The local has been up around 6,500 pilots, with the Keepstar being attacked by the Imperium. They have, roughly speaking, 1,900 in system, of which there are a couple of dreadnoughts, as we can see on grid at the moment. There is also a large group of battleships through and around. I will attempt to load the main overview so we could all see everything there. The only reason I haven't got them up at the moment is just literally they only have a few capitals. And the Keepstar is just below 75%, so it is slowly dying.
And I do think it's worth mentioning again that it looks like CCP has actually turned off the bounty system, and it seems to have helped quite a lot, I'd say.
Yeah, that's something we've seen as well, which is they have disabled the bounty messaging. Okay, yeah, Punky just said that CCP have confirmed that they've shut off bounty.
That's a good question. I actually would like to repeat that. Christopher Lindsay asked, when do you think this will actually be over at this base?
So we have been streaming now for 2 hours and 45 minutes. It was roughly 30 minutes from when we started stream till it came out. So if you assume it's been 2 hours and 15 minutes for them to do maximum 30%, means it'll be another 3.5 to 4 hours at current pace.
So 4 hours from now ish. So if anyone have laundry or anything like that, they can start doing that while looking at this stream.
Devious Citizen and even one screen, Twitch on the second, and Star Citizen on the third. I do like that, except for the Star Citizen. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, stop playing fake EVE Online.
Nobody tell Caleb I'm AFK mining. That's it, you've been ratted out.
That is completely legit during this, right? And if you can manage to mine more than you lose, good on you, sir.
It was mentioned that there was a super carrier that was currently ratting during this max CTA for everyone, and yeah, he didn't last very long when he got tackled.
There's quite a few things that have died. A couple of horde carriers in R10. Fraternity ratting super. Fire Alliance ratting super. Rourke down in Paragon Soul. A lot of people not reading their pings.
Mm-hmm.
You think there's going to be a risk of an airlock day tomorrow?
No, I don't know. It's very interesting that I have currently got people in my corporation who are ratting, but that's only because they're sat here with their Titan going, well, we're not doing anything. It's not going to change for a few hours. Why not go rat? So they're ratting in Gilas and stuff. So the ships we're currently on about dying, they're back in the home regions of their respective coalitions and alliances. So everyone that would be considered be possible for a defense fleet is likely to be in these two systems. So if they're not here, then obviously if they're out ratting and get caught, say wormhole groups that aren't involved in this war, then naturally they will get tackled with no possibility of saviour. I do have a battle link up icon. I'll refresh it and see if it's still working and semi-relevant though. I'm sure someone in chat might have a more up-to-date battle link. The timer is still paused at 8 minutes, I believe. Raze has just put a nice battle link in there for you. Gun Ho, it is doing both. It's an anchoring Keepstar that is in its final repair timer before it goes fully anchored. And so it was anchored yesterday after the first Keepstar was destroyed.
What was that question?
He asked whether the Keepstar was going up or down. So I've just had an update there from Devious that the Keepstar's at 73%.
What did you say the timer was at?
8 minutes paused.
That's down from 15.
Yeah, that's where it's been for the last 30 minutes or so.
So halfway. Thing about these timers is to keep them paused in tie-dye is difficult. Once it starts slipping, it goes fast. This is a nail biter.
Yeah, that looks fairly relevant there, Ray, so thank you for that. So, current battle report from Racer was Imperium have lost 116 billion to the Pappy 33 billion. However, included in the Pappy is that Nyx, which is technically a goon spy. So, yeah.
We should say not technically.
No, yeah, that's correct. Apparently, I heard that he was discovered because he accidentally spoke on the wrong comms.
Oh my God. He could have gotten away with it for a lot longer.
It appears like that was the only way.
Talk about how that's possible.
Sorry, Giver, I am trying to be louder. I can't boost my microphone anymore, unfortunately.
Did you try putting a gain on your mic inside of OBS?
I did, yes.
Do a filter.
I'll have another play and see if I can get anything more.
What was your question there, Matterall, before we talked about mics?
How could a Nyx get away without being detected, damaging the Keepstar?
Okay, how's this looking?
So the grid is so messy that realistically nobody just sitting on the grid is going to notice.
Mm-hmm.
Like some fighters orbiting, you've got all effects off, so you can't even see what the fighters are shooting. Nobody on grid is going to be able to see it. The only person who might be able to catch it is somebody sitting in the gunner seat of the Keepstar, which I believe you can sit in if it is anchoring, even though it is still unfit because you can't fit it during the repair timer.
Yeah, there could be someone sat in the gunnery seat just literally looking at an empty fit Keepstar.
So it would be that guy kind of sitting there watching the pages of logs that are flashing by from all the goons shooting him and seeing, some Amitat 2s or whatever and being like, wait a minute.
Something's wrong here.
Those aren't right.
So the point is, he could have gone undetected this whole time if somebody wasn't in there watching.
My guess is that even with somebody in there, he went undetected for a not insignificant amount of time, just because the logs are scrolling by so fast that it would have taken a while for the gunner to even see, like, hey, not only are there like a couple of fighter shots, like these fighter shots keep happening and they're from this specific guy.
This is a very important trick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's also, he's hiding as well under the umbrella of just the entire system and the latency, because no one is likely to have shovel brackets on at the moment where they can see everything. So you're never going to really notice the fighters in an orbit of the Keepstar.
Yeah, in a fight like this, he would not have visually been detected.
But it's interesting that there are a couple of spies coming out of the woodworks now with the Pandemic Horde spy infiltrating the Fire Coalition Super and Cap fleet and swiping from people's fleet hangars. That was very crafty. I do have to commend him on that. That's out of the box thinking, because he probably went through all of these fleets, because all the faxes and dreads are undocked with refits in fleet hangars.
Yeah, so their goon swarms and Imperium's subterfuge is working.
I mean, it's the most interesting thing going on right now. The rest of it's pretty boring, so it's nice that there's some little stories to spice it up.
What's going on in Rancer?
If you're talking about the BRU linked, it looked like another snuffed out versus Siege Green fight with a couple of extra tag-alongs. Have goons been reshipping ravens and bombers and whatnot? I can't tell.
Let's have
If
a
it's
look at
just
some of them that
them
died
dying
then.
or they've been reshipping.
I'm gonna have a look over ZQ on a couple of the pilots and see if they've lost more than one. I'd imagine they would have, because it's a very standard thing to do. But we'll have to see.
Do a shout out to my friend Orca, who's out there defending this Keepstar. He's a relatively new player. Totally into Eve now.
One
It's
of
real life
the
friend.
6,378 people in system.
Okay. I found like one bomber pilot who's died twice out of like 10 or 15 dudes. So if they are reshipping, most of them haven't died twice yet.
Which is understandable as well, because they do still have to, once they die in the ship, they have to get the pod out, which the commands were given within the fleets I've been listening in on, which is don't shoot pods, because if you shoot their pod, they get back and reship quicker. And obviously that takes time. So it would make sense that they've not been able to reship multiple yet, but there's still plenty of time to go. Let's see if I can load up the main overview now. There it is. So Leandro says in chat, can't they just self-destruct? They can, however, in tie-dye the self-destruct is affected. So we see there that Ursus Major has initiated self-destruct. In 2 minutes at 10% tie-dye, we will see his self-destruct go ahead. But that is, 20 minutes from now is when he'll be podded out of the system. Then once he's out of the system, he has to get back into another ship, get on a Titan, bridge into system from an active Cyno. So yeah. So for the person in chat earlier who wanted to see the Imperium, I didn't have Imperium disabled. I was hiding the brackets for things that weren't capitals, just from the amount on grid. As you can see, it becomes a slideshow. So Driz said he walked in and attacked goons. They one-shot his ship, and he DC'd in his pod. They won't DC me. They won't pod me now until I have to wait 8 hours. They may pod you. It's just the general command has been given to not shoot pods.
Why
You
is that?
might be able to log in and self-destruct, but
Explain why people don't shoot pods.
it's just like we just said. So they don't get back to their staging system and get into another ship. Like we checked on ZQ to see if multiple Ravens had died from the same pilot. Just prevents them being able to reship quicker, which is in a favour of the defending force. In fairness, both sides generally would do the same tactic as well, because then if a defend dies, he can't get another ship to come defend. If an attacker dies, he can't get another ship to come attack. In one of the comms I'm on, they are deciding on whether they want to start playing a game of Among Us because they're sat waiting. So Naka says how many goon dreads? I still think there is minimal numbers of dreads, maybe 4 or 5 currently on grid shooting. So Drew said knew the risk, wanted to get in there, take his shot and be on the kill boards, making history. That is true. There is a slight issue in that if whatever you shot at doesn't get killed in 15 minutes, you don't appear on the kill mail. But at least you have a record that you was in the system from your own lost mail.
Give us an update, if you don't mind, on the statistics of the battle right now.
So from the last battle report I have seen, it was I'll exclude the super carrier for now. It was the Imperium having lost 116 billion in ships, with Pappy having lost around about 10 billion, which is about right given that there hasn't been a lot of damage being done to the Pappy side. They're mainly trying to shoot the Keepstar. And with that, we just see local is currently holding firm at around about 6,300. Occasionally goes up to 64 again, but it's balancing out at this point. And goons keep bringing in more and more dreadnoughts, and seemingly bringing in more and more subcapitals to keep the damage cap on at the Keepstar, which is roughly sitting at about 70%. A pure rough estimate based on speed. It has been noted that since the supercarrier did die,
The Nix, the spy
damage,
Nix.
yeah, the damage has dropped off.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a long shot then for the Imperium. We have word that if this Keepstar anchors, I'm not 100% sure on this, but NC Dart is moving to Delve full time. Become an oppressive beast sitting in this region, perched up on a hill, just looking into the valley of Delve.
NC already was all here. Like they have nothing back in the drone lands.
Oh, is that right?
I roam through there or do anything. Like the only panfam outside of Fraternity that still actually does anything in the drone lands are like the very occasional like horde person.
Right.
But all of NC, all of PL, all their guys are down here already. Have been for quite a while. I think the biggest thing has been Fraternity slowly starting to commit more, where I think the last timer was the first time that Fraternity supers had actually been kind of spotted doing things down here. Prior to that, everyone would kind of assume that Fraternity left all their supers at home.
So, message there from Crestfallens. Will the next patch of cores have any significant impact on the anchoring of structures like this? I think it's going to have a change, but in this situation, not a lot would change, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because
the 30 billion that you have to stick in the Keepstar, which you don't even have to stick in this Keepstar until or I guess you stick it in and then the timer starts. That 30 billion is peanuts compared to the hundreds of billions that are dying in this fight.
yeah, and not only that, it's we're in the repair timer, so it's still gonna be it's just gonna be there's gonna be a raw core or a freighter or something on grid to put the core into the structure, which then begins the repair timer, and would still end up in the same situation as we are. It's not anything different than being able to fit the structure. That's still all staying the same, so it's just adding more value into these fights. But given the scale of these fights, that value isn't significant enough to be a deterrent. It's still a Keepstar at the end of the day.
With regards to cores, and you can kind of see this by the way the values were assigned, the cores are designed to impact smaller structures more than larger structures, right? It Keepstar's base value of like 180 billion or whatever, and then the core is only 30 on top of that. So percentage-wise, it's not a huge change. Whereas with an Astrahus or a Raitaru, the core is actually more expensive than the structure itself by a little bit. So you're effectively doubling the cost of the structure there. And so it's really targeted at the much smaller structures, and in particular, people who spam the smaller structures in large quantities.
Yeah, the main focus on that, I believe, would be the Athanor and Raitaru spam that both sides have done previously in history, where they just anchor 50 to 70 of them in the hope that one of them gets missed.
Let me clarify. NC. Will not move into Delve after this war. What I meant was they're going to move into this system. And from here, at this forward operating base, they will apply a ton of pressure on Delve until Imperium vacates. That's what I meant by move there. That's why I gave the analogy of a beast sitting on a hill looking down into the valley.
So DCC Taboo says, I don't know how this works, but why is it paused? Is it because it's under attack? So with Citadels, is they have a specific damage cap. You can only do a certain amount of damage to them per second. Keepstars is 75,000 before resist. But to keep the timer paused to stop it repairing itself, you have to do 10% of that damage. So there has to be a minimum of 7,500 DPS applied to this Keepstar consistently to keep the timer paused as it is, and the pause can last indefinitely as long as the structure has health. As we are seeing here, it's set around 71-72%, and yeah, we're still here 3 hours after the stream began.
Here, I'm going to give you a picture. I want to see what you make of it. I'll put it in voice text here. I think these are damage from the Nyx in a log, so they're able to see what was damaging it.
Yeah,
That'll be the log from the guy who's sitting in the structure gunner seat.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to catch it real time. He can review it.
But at the same time, imagine how big that log is.
Right.
So this will be where we start seeing the node have fun, because I've just seen a large amount of bombs get launched.
Incoming disconnects.
Looks to be a Imperium, so Goonswarm, Bastion, bombers, all firing electron bombs. I can't easily see where they are on the grid, because they are somewhere in that big blue ball, I'd imagine.
Not really any enemy fleets for them to bomb. Are they throwing the bombs at the structure?
And there's some good fleets up. There's a few different balls of fleets up, but I'm not sure They are this. If I swap view, no, I won't have modern structures. Might have them under the capital view.
Lecture 1231 asks about Titans or Supers.
There are no Titans on either side. The Pappy side has a lot of super carriers sitting at 0 on the structure functionally, but there are no Titans.
Yeah. There are Titans on standby in 8QT, which is where they were before this fight began. But there is no benefit to bringing them on grid at the moment.
Yeah, you don't want
I'd say that. I mean, that's very much armchair Sky Marshal territory. But what goons are using is essentially what you typically shoot at with long-range Titans. It's dreadnoughts at 300 kilometers and battleships with no prop mods at 300 kilometers.
Let's explain the two scenarios on this thing, this Keepstar living or dying. If we can, because I think it's like, it's at 70% damage, so a lot of damage has to be applied.
So yeah, it's with it being at 70%, there is still, roughly speaking, around 95 million hit points to go. With that, you have to do a minimum of 7,500 DPS. We have seen DPS slow since the Nyx has since stopped. The Goonswarm Spy Nyx has been destroyed. So we are seeing it take longer. However, the timer is still being paused.
I see. What's it at right now? 8 minutes?
Yeah, it's still sat at 8 minutes and 1 second. I'm waiting for it to load my capital overview.
So the thing is, if the damage falls off and the timer gets unpaused and it starts ticking down, it ticks fast as opposed to everybody else who's stuck in tie-dye, right?
Yeah. With it out of pause, it will quicken before you there's enough time to really react, because it takes so long to lock things in this tie-dye.
Yeah.
It will be difficult for them to re-pause the timer.
So imagine you're holding something really heavy and you're carrying it across the road and you're about 30% the way across the road. You have enough strength to carry that heavy object across the road, but at any moment it can slip out of your hands. And that's kind of what Imperium's doing. And I'm sorry I have to keep quiet. My wife's teaching her class in a different room.
I can always boost you up more.
I think I should be loud enough. I'm just whispery as hell.
Yeah.
Rumor in the chat is that there was another P-Horde spy super that died, but I guess we'll wait on the kill board on that one.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see kill mails.
Oh, here's my hair fan. Yes, this is the Sisyphus stone, isn't it? I'm still louder than you, even though I'm whispering.
I didn't want to boost myself up too much. So Nick said, just guessing here, but he thinks he's got time for a sandwich. I think, Nick, you've got time for a nice quick power nap for a couple of hours.
You can have a picnic.
Yeah, because I dare say these super pilots would have been willing to put a good few hours into this game, because this is kind of a one-way trip for about 6 to 7 hours before you can come back.
So they're saying that Hell was a spy.
Refresh into
If
his
that-
kill to see if he pops up.
If that's true, whoever's sitting in that Keepstar is going to be key to the victory. They're going to have to identify all the spy super capitals.
It may be just possible to filter out on the logs, because the in-game logs only give you up to 1,000. But you can just filter it for incoming damage messages, and you can look for things like weapon type. So you can try to accurately spot them, but it's still going to be a needle in a haystack with the amount of damage coming in.
Yeah, but I bet somebody's dedicated to that now.
Since the first one discovers that, I believe you'll be right. Yeah, someone's going to be sat there looking at them, or possibly even more people looking at it just to try and see if they can spot anything.
Yeah, that's the second super capital spy to be firing on the structure. And a Naglfar too. Okay. So at this point, you can basically ask all of Horde to get off grid.
Yeah, it's been a couple of issues throughout this war so far for the Pappy and attacking side, because Pandemic Horde are notorious for their spies. As we've seen today, there's 2, possibly 3 or 4, just in this one engagement. Because it's so easy to get a character into them, not many alliances are actually willing to be blue with them. I know Razor doesn't blue Pandemic Horde because of the issue with their ease of spying. So Eve Red Jive just said in chat, ease to tail, fighters should be away from the structure. Close to structure, fighters are suspect. The problem you have with that is you would need to have brackets for fighters loaded, and I'm fairly certain if I hit the show brackets button, my game would die instantly.
You also have the problem that, like, people are going to be recalling and sending out fighters repeatedly, and if they're shooting things around the structure, those fighters are going to move back through the grid. So you have to somehow sift through all the fighters and find the ones that are still hanging out on the structure, which, I mean, is functionally impossible from a looking at things standpoint. So your only option is the guy sitting in the structure reading the logs.
Picker's Lad says, we love these fights. We might drop another Keepstar if this one dies, and I'm sure you will. But if the Imperium can actually destroy this and keep their costs below around 300 billion, that's very worth it for them, as we were discussing, right, Marie?
Yeah, I'd say so. Unless
Yeah,
they have a lot fewer dreads in the background than most people believe.
Even if it's say upwards of 500 billion, depending on what they lose, could be still very beneficial for them, because at the end of the day they are still stopping a hostile entity from getting a foothold in your region.
Yes and no, because at some point they need to make it not worth it to anchor the Keepstar anymore. From a either be it fun or, ISK perspective of like Pappy somehow runs out of Keepstars, because there's nothing they can do to stop them from continually anchoring Keepstars in FWST. It's NPC's space. So they need to make it not worth it for them to keep doing it in some other way. Otherwise, like people have said, Pappy just keeps dropping Keepstars in FWST until goons run out of dreads.
Which may be never. But one thing about the NPC space is it can't be jammed, right?
Yeah, this system cannot ever be shut down. There will always be silos that can be lit here. You can never be truly evicted from NPC space. They could come and kill this Keepstar. However, it still means they have to commit. We know with the Pappy side, we're going to attack their Keepstar's likelihood under a Sinojammer. You can't do that here, so they have to use other structures. So yeah, the timer is still paused at 8 minutes and 1 second.
There's a question, why not put 2 Keepstars down on separate sides of the system? Or on different grids, basically.
The problem that comes from that is you then have 2 fronts to defend against.
That's a very high-level question, which is hard to answer because you very quickly go down the rabbit hole of like theoretical tactics. But a very basic answer might just be that Pappy have the numerical advantage, and they want to make sure they're using that numerical advantage on a single grid. Especially in very big tie-dye fights, it's very risky to have things on multiple grids bouncing around, because it can get to a point where people are not loading grid properly, or some of your supers are stuck on the wrong grid because they keep getting bubbled, and there's a lot more things that could potentially go wrong.
You know, if you're willing to take the morale loss, you could drop Keepstars as bait to have them wave after wave thin out their dreadnought fleets, right? Their dreadnought capability. And this would be a good way
that would take a long time.
No, but this would be a way of exhausting the supply lines, the stockpiles.
I'm sure if Villy was here, that would be exactly what he would tell you. He'd be like, we've got all this PI that, doesn't really contribute to the war effort most of the time, and we're trading it for dreadnoughts that they need to fight us.
Yeah, the trick comes with that though is they're not using dreadnoughts here. They're using battleships as a primary. So
vast majority of the losses are the long-range battleships they're bringing in.
And
battleships. They did bring in about 200 on their Fortizar at the start of this.
So Nasinta says, do you think, he's pleased that he asked a high level question, which is good. And it was a good question. Do you think given their numerical advantage they could defend 2 Keepstars, then goons kill 2 Keepstars at once? The problem comes in if you do it in the same system, then it's just going to be warping between, and there's going to be so much chaos in organising different bits. If it was in different systems, it means you're then splitting your fleet, which both could and could not work. It's a very difficult tactic to do because you ideally want all of your fleet as a response to the main threat, which is what we are seeing here. Local is pretty much capped at 2,200 now, just because you can't do much more with much more in system. There's no Titans on grid because although they may be useful for Doomsday and the Dreadnoughts, or the long range gun on the battleships, the effectiveness of that Titan isn't enough to warrant it being here.
You could argue that if they multi-haul this thing and put up 3 and split their forces in 3, that would mean that the goons would actually need to choose, because they wouldn't be able to take all 3.
It is possible, but say if you split up your force into 3, and Group A is defending theirs against, say, 50 plus Ravens, which is enough to pause the timer, and Group B has a dread bomb go on, and they have 20 dreadnoughts, and you have your backup Titans and Supers jump in after that, you are then unable to jump for Group C, which has another dread bomb going on it, killing the Keepstar.
But what I mean is, Delve, for years, theoretically has a ton of stockpiles and equipment. And could this be a way of exhausting that over time? You would have to take the morale loss, though, of, hey, you guys aren't getting anywhere. And that's hard to take after you've had such quick progress. So I don't know if that would work for the invading forces.
The anchoring of this Keepstar is very rushed, it would seem, especially when we don't own any sovereignty in Delve. We do have to travel through that border, and it does mean that we have things we have to manage, but there is question as to whether it would have been better for us as a group and as an attacking force in a coalition and multiple coalitions to take sovereignty in a region, or not in a region, in a system, so they couldn't then do cyano jamming, and we do what we're doing for the Keepstar kill, which is we just defend that iHub.
I think it was rushed because of the Chinese holiday. Gives you more players from that time zone to participate, which is probably why we're reaching such high numbers in system.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue, I think, that moving in, if the Keepstar successfully anchors, like, moving in is a big benefit, because you have massive ranges over most of Delve from NPC Delve. There's a reason that a lot of people like Olmeca would stage out of NPC Delve to hit goons. It has very good ranges. So it lets you do a lot more as attackers, even if many of the systems you initially fight in can be like cyano jammed, because you have a lot more options in terms of where you can move your fleets.
And Mog asks, who's winning? And I think it depends on what you're talking about. This battle, this war?
I have to hold back, because for me personally, winning in a fight like this is not being in it.
Not participating.
There's a reason I play on the small scale side. It's because I don't want to sit and tie-dye for 5 hours trying to cycle my guns.
Who's winning this battle? I described it a bit earlier, but it's like anyone can win this battle at this point. 70% left on the Keepstar, which means it's 30% damaged. That took, 3 hours? But they have plenty of time to finish it off if they can. There's 8 minutes left on the timer. The timer's stuck at 8 minutes right now. That's down from 15 minutes, so it has ticked halfway down. Okay, it's at 68%. Thank you for the correction. But the point is, it's going to be a long, slow, damaging process. And if the damage ever lets up, the Keepstar starts ticking down to 0 from 8 minutes. So it's a race against time.
Yeah. At the moment, I would personally, from the way it's gone so far, I'd say it's currently Imperium winning, because they have the objective ports. They are doing damage. They are slowly killing it. But at any point, could it be turned? Just from the fact that there is a limited time here.
We're getting worried that the timer hasn't moved since Goon started applying damage. That may be true. But this happened in Keepstar in Fountain, where Pappy arrived, started doing damage late. It had already ticked down to about halfway. And the server crash just totally took it the rest of the way. So you want to keep it paused at 15 or as close to 15 minutes as you can.
Yeah, so that if mistakes do happen, it gives you
Right.
enough
More
time
room.
where you can make up that lost time.
And that's super important because the Keepstar is going to tick down to 0 in real speed. Everybody in this fight is fighting at 1/10 normal speed. So you don't have much time to recover.
So Apex Zero said CCP sends 7 miles at this rate to kill the Keepstar. That is about right, yeah. Since we saw the Spy Nyx die, and possibly the Herald, there is still no kill mails for it. Damage has drastically slowed, but we are still seeing more and more Imperium ships are coming in from other areas, so it's still a very close one. I think they have over the damage cap needed to pause the timer, and I think they're comfortable there. But there is still a large amount of forces attacking them. But you also have the as people saying about US time zone is going to start logging on soon and joining in. That is true. There is both the US time zone from Pappy and things like that as well, also looking to come online. As well as the Russians are looking to begin withdrawing.
Yeah, you might see a shift in numbers. About the timers running at real speed and the other ones running at tie-dye speed or 1/10 speed. It is unfair. It's been debated a lot. It's just designed that way.
There are some things that would seem very broken if you thought about it the other way.
Right.
Which is probably why CCP keeps it the way it is. So, for example, a structure timer on a structure is currently 30 minutes real time. And so if there was fighting over it in 10% tie-dye, or the system had tie-dye in general, that timer could scale all the way up to 300 minutes, which is a lovely 5-hour long repair timer, which would be incredibly unfun to try and deal with. And as a defender, then suddenly it becomes almost impossible to actually keep the structure alive.
Right. And then the groups that have more people, more ability to generate tie-dye would have the advantage.
Yeah. Just quickly, a question from Maxi there. Any questions are allowed, not just obvious ones, or ones you don't know of, because Venice, if you don't know it, you need to ask. The reason this system is worth so much is because it is in direct range for 1 DQ, which is the Imperium home stage system. So that's why there is so much more fighting, not just the fact that it is a system in Delve that allows more bridges and things into the core Delve, but it's able to be reached directly to the Goon staging system.
Yeah, to finish the point, the thing about the timers was a heavy subject of debate in 2016 when these structures were introduced. would say if you're looking at this fight and who's winning, right? The question, who's winning this fight? They're both fighting for something different. So you can't, it's not like a tug of war. But right now, Imperium is achieving their goal.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking at the moment it is their classification on winning, just because they have it paused. The moment it becomes unpaused and it starts counting down, it will be Pappy immediately winning, and it will be a hard fight for Imperium to take it back. But we are still seeing a lot more battleships come into the fight, a lot more subcapitals warping in groups.
This is where fighting on your home turf really works, and this is why initiative moving out of Delve was a surprise, actually. Because if you bring in a battleship and you get destroyed and you get potted, you are reborn, can get into a new battleship and get back into this fight. If you're close, that's rather quick to do. But if your death clone is in Fountain, it's going to take you a bit longer. Maybe tie-dye, it doesn't matter so much, but reshipping is really a really good advantage for home court, for living where you're fighting.
So for the most recent battle report I am seeing is 160 billion lost by the Imperium and 41 billion by Pappy, with the Nix still included, so take off 25 billion off that number. So 15 billion to 161 billion.
Yeah, it's roughly a 5-to-1 ratio, but those numbers are not spectacularly high like last time.
No,
because we're using battleships instead of dreadnoughts.
The Imperium have lost 724 ships.
I mean, at the current rate, that's about 450 billion lost for the Imperium to kill the Keepstar. That's probably not as good as they'd like it to be.
Right.
Maybe even more, because we have seen damage slow since the supercarrier was destroyed. Possible more. Damage has definitely slowed down, so it may even be longer by their estimations, because we've only moved maybe 5% in the last 30-40 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be... There's a lot of factors to look at. How much did it cost?
Ooh, a CCP
How long did
member
it take?
has this shown up on the stream for a split second. His ship
Oh,
was
cool.
present in his Polaris frigate. I'd imagine he may be taken over from CCP Aurora, because I believe it might be getting quite late for Icelandic time.
Hmm. Yeah, but again, there are many considerations here. One is, how much is this going to cost for the objective? This is kind of a priceless objective, but still, how much is it going to cost for that Keepstar to die? You have to look at how long did this battle take? How much energy did it sap our players? These are the kinds of things you look at afterwards, because you might win a victory, but if people aren't pumped up about it, morale goes down, you're going to get less players next time. That's what was so demoralizing about the last battle 24 hours ago over the Keepstar before this one, is they sacrificed a ton of dreads. They won the victory. They destroyed the Keepstar. But then that was taken away when they planted this Keepstar right after the battle was over. And so you lost the ISK and you lost the victory. However, that goes away if they destroy this one today.
Well, until another one gets dropped.
Right, but if they spend another 800 billion or 500 billion to destroy this Keepstar, and then they drop another one. It's like they're being put through a grinder, and they're not really safe yet. So they spent a lot of time, they spent a lot of money, and they are still not safe. And that works on you.
Yeah. And the interesting thing will be is if it is just, like say, a grinder, where goons are happy to lose, say, 500 billion per Keepstar, who will be the first to run out of replacements, whether it be the attacking Pappy forces with their Keepstars or the Imperium with their restock? Given the outnumbered advantage against Imperium, I would favour that Pappy would be able to sink more ISK in Keepstars
Right.
if it was at 5 to 700 billion per Keepstar.
Well, I asked that question yesterday. Is it easier to build Keepstars now, since it's built out of materials made from planets, from mining planets? Or is it easier to build new fleets because that's asteroids and minerals?
It's so from someone who builds Keepstars, it is far easier for me to build a 250-man Raven fleet fully fit than one Keepstar.
Does it take longer or less money?
The average Keepstar I can build in around 2 to 3 weeks, with a cost at the moment of around 150 billion plus. But it's the amount of materials that is the staggering part. Most notably, when I last priced up a Keepstar for someone, there wasn't enough PI in Jita for the Keepstar.
So you can't just buy yourself into building them.
Not anymore. Not since, obviously, from this war kicking off, people have obviously been wanting to build them. So it's far easier to replace the same value in fleets, maybe even more, because as well the Keepstar requires a couple billion units of titanium.
So it needs minerals too.
Yeah, so it needs about 2/3 of a Titan worth of minerals, which it does equal out. If you put the Raven holes to the Keepstar in value, it does roughly equal out the same amount of material usage, maybe even slightly more, but it's that trade-off that will be the hard thing to find.
Right.
And building things like battleships, you can scale much easier, right? You can split them out in more than just one location.
So meaning more people can build and participate in the building as opposed to building Keepstar.
Doesn't matter where it's built. Doesn't matter if you're building it in 4 different locations. So you don't have the strain logistically in the same way. Not even close.
So you don't have the distribution problems to get the minerals to the factory.
Exactly, because just take something like the bulky ones, right? The pyrite and the titanium. You can just build it where it's mined. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah, to see a bunch of bombs launched there, but I wasn't sure on any specific direction for them. I did have a look to see if I could spot where they were coming in, but the big blue blob kind of does impact that.
Can you zoom into that blob, or is that risking your camera?
I can zoom in. Don't know how much we'll see.
Sorry, not much to see out here. Let's see if we can at least make out a shape of a ship.
I've told it to zoom in or out, one of the two.
We'll find out what happened.
Yeah, it was about 10 seconds ago, so we have to wait.
Real-time strategy game.
Turn-based, that's what this is. It's turn-based.
Turn-based, yeah.
See, look, Goonswarm took their turn. They launched bombs. Happy responds.
Some great pictures coming in from Razorian. I'll see if I can put them up.
I figured out a good way for the camera. So I'm using my Titan pilot, which hasn't got tie-dye, and it's like, okay, if I move that much, how much does the camera move? Okay. I'm trying to load it so it's hiding the UI, but even then that doesn't want to work. The control button doesn't seem to register. Hey! Ukalu, I am in potato mode. So this is the view of the Keepstar in potato mode. It's really not that impressive, is it?
So am I reading Hobo Leaks right? Are they bringing in a specific harvester, mobile harvesting thing to track the corpses?
They are indeed.
I'm having weird flashbacks to the old lottery when we were gathering human parts in the form of protein delicacies.
So let's see if I can get this D-scan that people wanted. I've just clicked, so we'll see when it's finished. We'll know it's done when your client closes. So Sleepy Gabe has a D-scan for us there. 4,889 ships. That's about right. Same number. Well, that's all right. The same number of Nixes as there was in the first one, but less carriers. That is correct. There is a lot of capsules there. 186 pods. That's it. My tattoo is just a circuit board design. So what are the fun ones here? There's obviously one Enigma frigate here, which will be the CCP. We have some generation Aura pods as well. The interesting thing is obviously we have 4 noob ships and 1 shuttle. So Nick, with this tattoo, I make it look good. And I don't think it'll be exactly the same because I kind of designed that one. Ooh, my D-scan made a noise because I'm crazy enough that I have sound enabled. So, Tofu, the Keepstar has been dropped in Delve. Yeah, FWST is the system. It is the NPC Delve section. I did, but the issue is I can't select the scan yet. It won't let me copy it. Yeah, it won't copy to my clipboard. The real D, there isn't any Goon Supers on grid. No, there are some Goon Capitals, some Dreadnoughts at long range, but no super carriers.
Oh wow. It's at 70%. That means 70% damaged.
No,
So
70% of health.
Oh, okay. Because I'm looking at a screenshot. It looks like its shield is at 70% or past it now. Okay, so it's still a long way to go, I think.
Yes, we're seeing there it's at 64%. So I'll update the message.
Imperium is achieving their objective in this fight.
albeit very
for them.
slowly. So an interesting question I have, someone asked me on Discord is, would this strategy work if tie-dye wasn't this heavy?
Well, what do you guys think?
I don't think it would, because where they're so spread out, we saw previously they was grouped together in a Ball of Ravens, whereas now they've spread out. I think that is helping them during this tie-dye, because obviously if you have instant response for your ship, you can quickly go and get one, kill it, and then go and get another and kill that one. Whereas in tie-dye, the locks are taking up to 5 minutes. So I think tie-dye and then being so spread out is really a big helper here. Or just to address something in chat quickly, Rick Tick, the Imperium market, it is known that everything there is a lot cheaper, but we can't always value on their ones, because then we would have to value the losses from the defending side as well at that value, which doesn't really equate. So we do it based on just pure Jita value. If Imperium can get it cheaper, then it's benefit to them, but also Pappy side do get things discounted as well.
Yeah, I would just say everything on the local market in Delve would be nationalized. You just say, like, everything here, we want it all. You know, if it's local producers, they're going to want to stay local. They don't want to lose, so they're going to donate to the cause. But I'm not sure price really enters it. I think one of the problems is not really the price, it's the availability. Down to 65%. So what is that, 70 to 65% in about a half hour?
Yeah, roughly.
So it's going to be faster than 7 hours. Or maybe not.
By that math, it's another 6.5.
Oh, maybe it will.
Yep. At the moment, Black really said in chat a little while ago, the Imperium have lost over 200 billion, which is current market value on these Keepstars. So any ships Imperium lose now is more than Pappy have committed to the structure.
Well, he might be putting that out there as a comparison, but as we've talked about, that's not a fair comparison, considering it's not a money transaction. It's a effort, energy, time expense.
The another good factor is as well, obviously Imperium have responded with a large chunk of pilots. However, there is still over 2,500 pilots in 8QT who have not done anything during this fight. So take me for example, if I wasn't streaming, I would likely be playing another game, waiting for someone to tell me to do something, because I have a Fax and a Titan sat next to each other going, okay.
Yeah. And so, X47, I was announcing too. We had like 12,500 people watching, and that was how I was participating, but I didn't get into the fight until way past halfway.
Yeah.
Because they call Erebuses after avatars, so all the avatars jump first. And then if we need you, Erebus, then you can go. But yeah. And that's a bad thing, right? You can't call people to spend 8 hours on standby. They may not show up the next time. They'll say, I'll
No,
make it somebody else's problem.
That is it. There is a finite amount of times you can have a pilot sat on a Keepstar being on standby. It unfortunately is just, there is limiting factors on that.
So there's different kinds of pressures. I think ISK is only one pressure, but again, as you explained, 200 billion worth of ravens is different than building a Keepstar. Oof, nice shot, Ray. There's Orient.
Yeah, for those wondering at the moment, it will cost roughly 1.9 billion titanium to build a Keepstar.
Wow.
And if I just look at ravens, how many ravens would I have to build for that amount of titanium only? That's roughly 200 ravens in titanium.
Can we show some of those Razorian pictures?
Yes, where are they being linked?
Inside a voice channel, right above this one.
So, let me open them up.
Yeah, there's a link just and I'll put those pictures inside of here once we show them.
I'm going to add a region, so this will be interesting. There we go, and I'll hide the bookmarks bar. So here we have on the stream now. There we can see one of Razorian's pictures with the fight as it's ongoing, which is quite stunning, really.
Yeah, amazing. Super high resolution too.
And then we have the second one. Quite stunning pictures they are.
He does great work. Incidentally, he has a lot of pictures in this new book coming out by Andrew Groen, Empires of Eve, Volume 2, 2009 through 2014. You see some Razorian artwork in there as well.
I think I may have found myself a new wallpaper.
Might be the best thing coming out of this battle, right?
Yeah, we street Sir Tree the Chill. Took me a moment there to read your name. We are roughly 14 hours. 13, 14 hours out from downtime.
Yeah, this will be decided before downtime. Unless super capitals get involved and then the target switches from Keepstar to super capital fleets, and then who knows how long that goes. That won't
Yeah.
happen.
Local is just about to. It was just under 6,000 now, so it is slowly dropping off. Nassim has found
So-
a new asteroid to mine.
Yeah, just below 6,000.
I'm reading 5997.
It's crazy to have that number normalized, isn't it?
Yeah, makes me wonder if we will see this many again, just because of the commitment it takes.
Somebody made it a wallpaper already. I should say, Razorian actually touches up his work and fixes it, making it better. So you may want to wait for his final version of whatever he produces. Look on his Flickr account under Razorian. Tons of great photography there. I recommend browsing it. I wonder what it's like for a block level FC in these situations. Everything's slow, but there's a lot of pressure on the situation.
It widely depends on the FC. From what I've been hearing, I've muted my fleet channels now because there's pretty much going to be no call for me to jump in anytime soon.
Mhm.
But some of them have been quite chatty. Just open up the floor to just allow people to just talk as they wish. Obviously, keeping an ear out, so if the FC does tell you to be quiet, then obviously they do. Others are pretty much sat in silence, and some people are even off telling jokes, reading stories, things like that, like reminiscing about old fights in Eve.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
And unfortunately, once you hit tie-dye numbers like we have here, it's just going to be slow and sluggish no matter what you really do. So we are seeing numbers drop, so if that is Imperium numbers that are disappearing, with each Raven, Pappy is ever more closer to it being defended.
What are we doing there?
I got a splinter, so I've just turned the camera off to pull it out. Somehow sitting here, I managed to get a splinter. So I just quickly turned video off so people didn't see me hack at my own thumb. So Brendan says about after 17 years, CCP should be able to beef up their servers to allow the massive fights. So they have done historically compared to how these servers were a few years ago. These fights have an immense toll on any hardware they put in front of it, and it's been the nature of EVE in general is we push the servers to their limit often. More often than not, it's to the point of failure, and this system has withstood over 6,500 people.
Yeah, it's a very complicated situation about technology in general. It's not a matter of buying bigger or more. The way the game's written is part of it. The way servers work is part of it. The fact that it's played globally is part of it. The amount of variables that there are per person, per character is part of it. There's just a lot of different parts of it.
And judging from what EVE Echoes is suffering, multi-threading isn't really the end-all solution either.
Right. And you can't switch to that lightly. You commit to it, takes years. 3 years later, you get into it, and you realize the technology you were on wasn't that much worse. Now you've spent a ton of money doing that.
Yeah.
Why is my cam not coming up, by the way, Sully? Is there a difference?
Well, even a rewrite might not actually solve the problem. This is why all these arguments of single solution direction is just not a thing. CCP have a little bit of experience in how these things scale and where the potential bottlenecks show up, and they've been trying to tweak them for 17 years, right? So I don't think that anyone out there can say, oh, if you just do this one thing, then it'll fix everything. It won't.
Yeah, last year they tried working with a company to see if this new server style technology could possibly alleviate that. And there's progress in this direction, but it's still not here.
Yeah, unfortunately, EVE is just a game where people will push things to the limit, and EVE players have done it time and time again. And even if we did get a server that could hold 15,000 people fighting against 15,000 people with no time die, then we would go for 20,000. You'd go for 25. EVE players in general just like to break things.
There's a lot of players that are not here because they don't want to participate in this, just like Murray was. He's a player that would probably be in a fight that was moving real time, that was big. So you'd have more playability, you're going to have more players. There's a lot of people who are already not participating.
Right. Even still, in the immediate outskirts, there's about 5,000 pilots from both sides that aren't in system, just because they're not needed.
Think about this as well. This is one of the biggest fights, if not the biggest fight this game has ever seen in 17 years. There are 34,000 people online, and only 10 or 12 at the most of them are even participating in this. There's a lot of people out there doing other things.
And we should maybe be a little bit more respectful, right? Not only is CCP always trying to push the envelope on these things and giving us some new features that can actually exacerbate the problems a little bit, but they've been doing this for so long. And today they actually went and not only managed to push us past the current record, they also actually followed our advice and removed the bounty system, which seems to have done at least something that alleviated a little bit of the problem. So it's not like they're sitting there sleeping, and they've been running 3 hardware database tests on the servers over the past week, almost 2 weeks, right? So it's not like they're not doing anything. They also did the Hadian thing. they always keep pushing the envelope for our sake.
So it looks like here a new battle report just came through. I think it's new. Almost 1,000 ships destroyed on the side of Imperium. 226 billion lost so far. I think that's very reasonable for this scale, isn't it?
It's actually
And-
quite short for this scale, I think.
Kind of low, right? Yeah. I mean, this is in comparison to the Pappy forces that are defending this Keepstar, and they've lost 50 billion and 191 ships. But of course, they're not being targeted. The Keepstar is.
And let's not forget that they have to do this on a limited budget, right? They are not an EA or anything like that. They don't have that kind of money at the moment.
You're talking about CCP's limited budget.
Yeah, and until we get, like, say, a doubling of the actual manpower, you can't expect them to do magical things on massive scales.
My point about saying that 2/3 of the game are not involved in this fight is that the computations that are made for those players as they mine asteroids, explore, salvage, all the skills, all the implants, all those variables work fine for them. But if you take all that and you crunch it into one system, which means, one processor, it's a big load. So you can't dumb down the game for combat when you need all that variation for other parts of life in EVE.
Well, the calculation requirements on the server just grows exponential with each player that you add to the fight. And it's crazy numbers.
So, just for the reference, I've just done some math based on Devious Citizens Keepstar percentage health. We have another 6.5 hours to go. 7.5 hours.
Yikes.
7.5.
It has gone down 4% in 30 minutes, meaning it has 457 minutes remaining.
And that works, I think, to Imperium's favor if they win. Because you're taking a fight that is, again, Chinese holiday. That doesn't come around all the time. So they're going to have less people in the future. Maybe it won't matter because they have too many today. But a long period, a long battle with no victory is not that appetizing. So you may see Pappy forces say, nah, I already did it. Wasn't that fun. Not going to do it again.
Yeah, it will. Whichever way this fight turns out, even if Imperium was to suddenly lose the DPS cap they need, it's still a minor victory for them in that they have proven it is possible, outnumbered and outshipped by category. So obviously Pappy have supers on field, they only have battleships and a couple of dreadnoughts. They've proved it is possible for them to cause havoc. Not necessarily stop it, because obviously if they lost the time and hour it would obviously not be stopped. But they've proven to themselves and to everyone it is possible. And that, I think, will be a big change up. I think whichever way it goes, Imperium will have in mind a victory here, and proving that battleships, bombers, and a few token dreadnoughts is enough despite the odds.
I don't think that should be understated as well. I think that's a really big victory for Imperium. If they can say, doesn't matter how many you bring, we know how to defeat you or how to frustrate you, that's a big boost for them. Because right now, the intimidation is that they have 2.5 times the number on the field. And that looks scary. In reality, it's not really helping much. And if they can make that case to their players may say, okay, we can take on Goliath. We know how to do this.
And everyone loves an underdog story in terms of battles.
Yeah, that's one of the... I mean, the Imperium wants to be in that position too. They want to be the underdog. They want to convey they're fighting for their survival. And they want that sympathy associated with that. Whereas Pappy, it's harder for them to make the case they're the underdog. They have more people on the field. But what they are is a combination of tons of underdogs. If any one of them were to fight this war against the Imperium solo. I would say, though, that, well, I'll hold that thought for a minute. Let it brew a little bit.
So Casper's put there, I love how Imperium is now the underdog. I don't disagree. In the scenario of this fight, they are. And even in this war, they are still outnumbered. So naturally they are the underdog. They may have... we don't know their true resources, but they may have more resources. But in terms of just pure pilot count, both players and characters, they are less.
Looking at. Go ahead there.
I was going to answer JS Rock. This is a Fraternity Keepstar, and it is Imperium that is attacking it. Pappy defending. Local is racing down to 5,800. Which this will be the interesting part, is as local gets lower, it means the server is beginning to have less issue handling the request. So a 5-minute lock at 6,500 may go down to 3 minutes. So eventually it might get to a stage where the server is handling and is capable to handle the requests it's getting.
So that'll shave down your 7.5 hour time for completion. Could come down to a lot less than that.
It could, yeah, depending on why the numbers are dropping. If the numbers are dropping because of Imperium dying, then we may see changes. If it comes from Legacy DC or Imperium DC, it may just be that it's temporary and it'll go back up. But it could also be there are a large number of Sino fields up in 8QT at the moment, so it could be pilots are withdrawing from the fight.
Right. Well, in that case, the strategic advantage of keeping that server as full as possible would be Pappy's, because they want to make this go 7 hours. If they're going to lose this Keepstar, they should
be more in favor of Imperium.
Why is that?
Because Imperium will be having their US time zone players log on soon. And I think in US time zone they are stronger, which is why they decided to set all of their defensive timers to that.
I think they used to be stronger. I think they're outmatched in any time zone. They're personally stronger, or more of their players can get involved. As the day wears on, more of their players can get involved. But I think that was a lot more true in the past than it is now, because Test is also a US time zone alliance.
But I don't know.
I think Horde is too.
Yeah, I don't know on their numbers if they can combine them.
Oof, Razorian's putting up some more photos. I'll put those up in a minute. See if you can put those up on screen. They're nice. I'll put another one.
Yep.
That last one is amazing. This Naglfar exploding looks amazing. You'll see them in just a second.
So there we have the Naglfar meeting its maker.
So nice. Look at that.
A specific moment in time just before absolute destruction. Because that is mere seconds away from a wreck appearing.
There it is, linked in the stream. Again,
the
you might
first
want to.
one,
Yeah.
There's a bit more of the aftermath of the Naglfar.
Oh, I see. Prefer to see it before it goes. There's that one. Okay, U.S. time zone workday just ended 3 minutes ago. Thanks, Agent Black Bear. See how the numbers shape up. But we just put up Razorian pictures. Beautiful. You can check those out. Razorian's flickers. I'll give you that now.
So it's currently just over 5840, and we'll see how quickly the US time zone race home and jump into system.
Well, we West Coasters are still workday for another
Yeah, I
3
suppose.
hours.
And then if they're in LA like you are, Matt, it'll be all the traffic they have to deal with.
Oh, we're all working from home in California. But you will see. This is going to be interesting to see if reinforcements make a difference here. By the way, I think Razorian's watching this chat, so if you guys want to say hello, I think he's watching.
Oh, that slowed down there. Devious Citizen just put a Keepstar at 60% update. That was an 11-minute timer for 1%. Ooh.
Whoa. That's actually bad.
Took them 11 minutes to do. How much hit points do these things have in structure? 108, so it took them 11 minutes to do 1.8 million damage. At 20% resists, so 2.2.
The bad scenario for the Imperium in this case is to stay here another 4 or 5 hours and have something go wrong, like a server crash, or their damage for some reason isn't being applied properly. Something technical would be even worse. Or they just don't do enough damage to that Keepstar and it drops from 8 minutes to 3 minutes. And then a second screw up brings it down to 0 minutes and the thing anchors. That would be heartbreak.
So with some quick math that I've done, assuming we've missed the percentage ticks, so say it was 2 or 3% they've changed in 10 minutes, that means they're only just over the damage cap by about 2,500 DPS.
Oh wow, what a brilliant calculation. So they're just hitting it.
So if you assume it's 2.2 million damage you have to do per percentage, so if they're at 3%, it took them 11 minutes, which is 660 seconds. That's 10,000 DPS actively engaged on the Keepstar, and it's 7,500 is the cutoff.
So they're a good 25% over what they need to be. That's pretty safe, I guess.
That's also not a huge buffer, because obviously if they lose Ravens or Dreadnoughts and things like that, things do start to wane off quickly. So it is very, very close.
Yeah. Saying hello to Omeka Gold there, who writes, it's interesting to remember that Anaconda has the capability of killing the server for their favor if they wanted to play dirty. I was warned by FCs to look for that. Look to see if the Anaconda forces were going to be doing stuff that would tax the server or overtax the server until it shut off. Things like that would be a lot of smart bombs, a lot of fighters with smart bombs, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well that at this stage both sides could attempt to do just that. So it's more that both sides aren't willing to play dirty because A, it's against the rules of CCP as well, but both sides want to see how this fight handles. I hope that it's never an intentional node crash in this situation like this.
Yeah. Let me get into some controversial territory here to kind of spice it up since we're relaxing. This is why CSM inherently is conflict of interest, because the guys sitting in the room saying your servers are crashing, they're a problem, what are you doing to fix it? If they are told the things that they are looking at to fix the server, for instance, yes, fighters seem to be a problem that plagues the server in mass scale. Now those CSM members know that, and they can or resist, knowing that the server is mostly taxed by drones, for instance. They can't unknow that. They just do. So their intuition to do a thing is already altered. It's already influenced. And that's why I think it's interesting to have them understand the game on a technical level, representing the players, of course, to try to get things fixed, of course. Like, that's what they're trying to do. But in the meantime, CCP is giving them information that allows them to make better decisions in the game. And that's why CSM players who are invested in these big domain sovereignty games are inherently getting information from being on CSM, whether they say it out loud or wink and or instruct their people not to do a certain thing. It's almost beside the point. They're already absorbing information that gives them better decision making in the future. Yes, if the server crashes, game over for the Imperium on this fight, because as the server reconnects and comes back up, that Keepstar won't have any damage on it, and it'll start ticking away, and it will get to 0 before any damage can be applied to it.
At the last Keepstar fight where the node crashed, although it isn't clear if it was intentional or not, however, it was at a considerable low number, especially comparing it to this fight. That timer, I believe, had 9 minutes remaining, and after the server came up and enough players came online, there was not an effort available to pause the timer again, and it just immediately counted down. The timer does get stopped when the node is offline, and I'm unsure if CCP do anything to roll back the timer slightly, but it pretty much becomes a race of who gets on grid first, and unfortunately there is a DPS requirement that is needed to be hit to pause these, so it's on the attacking side of the structure to get involved in it.
This is what happened at a Keepstar kill that Pappy was trying to accomplish in Fountain. Server crashed. By the time people logged in, warped to where they were, started applying damage, it ticked away to 0. So it works both ways.
Do you want to handle that question in chat, Metal, from Omega Gold?
Yeah, so his question, Omega Gold, for those that don't know, is a former CSM member last year. He's also very well known for single-handedly oppressing Delve by attacking their mining fleets and mining players. And he's what you would consider an expert player, full of incredible amounts of advanced knowledge. So he asks, the more interesting thing is CSM is allowed to do market/patch speculation on items after they are publicly announced by CCP. I thought that gives traders, CSM traders, and that means market traders, members times to prepare and position. And he's right. So what he's saying is that they can't make a buying decision on something that's going to change. Let's say Keepstars are going to be increased from 100 pieces of salvage to 200. Well, if I buy a bunch of salvage today, tomorrow it'll probably go up in price because people are going to need twice as much. So that's a speculation buy. But I'm not allowed to do that as a CSM member until it is publicly announced. But that also means I wake up at downtime, wait for the announcement goes, and I immediately buy all the salvage because you're ready and waiting and you know it's coming. And that's the kind of legal but not really desirable result from having players sitting in a room where they're getting advanced knowledge on what's coming. And this is why CSM is not consulted with many market changes.
It's a very, very legal loophole in the system.
Yeah, so Olmeca says when he was on the CSM, he advised the company not to let them do any purchasing around public statements. So even if the statement went public, maybe there was a delay where you couldn't buy anything for a few days or something. I don't know. But it looks like Olmeca's on the right side of that.
Yeah. I have been, well, I've not been guilty of it from any CSM influence, but I have seen patterns on Singularity before and on market speculation based on the test server. So there are groups and people who still do it like myself, which is look at the test server, see what changes come up, and adjust on TQ accordingly. So you're always going to get some aspect of patch speculation, patch day changes, market manipulation in that sense. But with CSM getting a more inside scoop from CCP is very, very grey in my aspect.
Well, what I was saying earlier, I said this on a open comm show a few weeks ago and got into kind of a heated discussion about it, but I thought it was fine. But it was CSM don't like to be associated with being unethical, right? They're people of honor. So it was a little tense, but the idea that I was trying to convey is there's inherent knowledge of being on the CSM, of just knowing where the decisions are being contemplated. Like, are they going to make this decision on salvage? Are they going to make it on PI? They don't tell you we're going to increase PI, but you can get a sense of what they're thinking. And that's an example. So if I think it's going to be PI or salvage, what I'm going to do is make sure that I don't get into the wrong, spend a bunch of money on Plex that month. I didn't cheat, but I knew not to blow all my money. I needed to stay liquid because an opportunity was going to arise over here. So it wasn't a heated discussion. It was a house fire. I didn't think it was that bad. I was like ice cold. I wasn't mad at all. But I guess if you think it got heated, it was not me getting heated. Because it wasn't personal for me. I was just saying, hey, I was essentially saying you can't have industry leaders, business leaders be, government officials at the same time. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You have conflicts of interest. I didn't think that was even controversial to say anyway.
Yeah, I think chat is agreeing with you that heated discussion, or as Nick put it, a house fire. So,
yeah. So what we're seeing now, to get back to this battle that you're watching, is the Imperium is drip dropping dreadnoughts in there at a slower rate than last time because they lost too many. They lost like what ended up being a large part of 900 billion in dreadnoughts. they're just putting a few in at a time to enhance what the battleships are doing. And that's keeping the damage at, I think you calculated around 10,000 DPS.
Yeah, so I've got the CCP stream open because it's really nice and easy to see the Keepstar health when they have it locked. And some people in chat as well on both our stream and CCP's chat stream are doing updates on the percentages. And based on some numbers they've been throwing out as well, the attacking force is sat between 8 and 9,000 DPS now. At a rough guess based on percentages, they may not see it exactly and things like that. So it is very close on the damage cap, I feel.
Right. I just caught up to the comments that you're saying. I love this one. Matterall, it was a hot mess inside of a dumpster fire at ground zero of a nuke explosion. The funny thing was, I was in the middle of it and I was like super cool. Like it was not, I wasn't like trying to make anybody upset. I was saying you can't have industry leaders be the government officials at the same time. It doesn't work. I mean, you can't have trust in that kind of a system. But whatever. I wasn't trying to get anybody mad. And it certainly wasn't personal at all.
Because I'm not an industry leader nor a government official.
You mean me? I'm not, yeah. No, I think I ran for CSM for a different reason completely, which was I want to push CCP in a different direction as much as possible. Because if it's a focus group, you want to give your opinion to the focus group to say, hey, focus on some other stuff too. Instead of let's balance this drone boat for the 5th time. Like to say, hey, why don't you help new players explore better? Since you know people coming into this game like exploring first. Why don't we put some more energy into brainstorming that?
We are very, very shortly away. I think in the next 10 to 15 minutes we'll be at halfway.
Wow. How long have we been at it?
4 hours and 45 minutes.
It's going to be an 8-hour day if they get it right. Now, why is it dragging on? Why can't the Pappy forces there put an end to this?
I think it is both a combination of tie-dye and the spread out factor for these battleships, because obviously they all have a micro jump drive. So with the Ravens, is if they start taking damage, they have a micro jump drive, meaning you have to scram them, so you have to be right next to them. And even though they may micro jump drive into range of another set of blues, they'll still be attacking the Keepstar, but they won't be locked by that same group. Meaning,
so you can't. Disruptor does not work on a micro jump drive.
It doesn't shut it off, no, only a scrambler. So as they're jumping around, they're still doing damage to the Keepstar and still in range of blues, but it's just not the blues that were attacking them first. So as they're moving, they're basically trading up who they're next to, is what I feel. If there was little to no tie-dye, or at least not on this scale, it may be different, because there may be long-range dreadnoughts that may be able to track and fire better, but we don't know how Siege is responding during this battle. It was noted during 49 TAC where dreadnoughts, their Siege module was not deactivate. We saw Sinos at the beginning of this fight refusing to activate. It took me 7 minutes to open a bridge on the Titan from the moment he clicked the button to me being able to see his Sino lit.
So Shake writes, let's be honest, Eve is moving from a game of pure passion to pure money focus since it was bought. I think I completely think the opposite of that, by the way. From my own perspective, the amount of changes they're making are actually meant to extend the game's lifespan. That's what they're doing. They can cash in so easily, and they're not.
I mean, the profit motive is not a bad thing. I mean, that can spawn good things to happen too.
Yeah, but it's usually equated to money grabs as is bad gameplay in the name of getting your money, and I don't think.
Sure, but it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah.
I don't think the changes in CCP was purchased have had any negative impact on the game. I think a lot of players will have a slightly warped view, obviously, because we've had things like the starvation period of minerals that may be wanting to sway them, but that's not CCP looking for profit, that's to them trying to make their game last, because not many games reach this age and are still around. There's quite often games will, 4 or 5 years start to fizzle out, then the last servers end up getting shut down and the game's just gone to history.
Yeah, I think that was made clear when they said they had really good user adoption for the 64-bit client. They also see the numbers of people trying this game are still really strong, so they thought there was enough interest inside and outside the game to make it go on longer. They could have looked at it and said, let's just cash it out, build something else. I think they were trying to build other things, and that didn't work out as well.
Anecdotal evidence, my protege from Albion Online, he's 23, 24 years old. He just started playing EVE Online by himself.
Right.
So a lot of people are coming into the game still.
Not only that, a lot of people are coming back to the game. I myself, being a CEO, I've got a couple of members who have come back to the game after long breaks, just because they've seen about the game in the news, they've seen about the war, and just with Eve Echoes especially as well, a few of them saw Eve Echoes and was like, oh, I'm not happy with Eve Echoes, it's not fulfilling the buzz I have for Eve, so they've come back to full stream. Which I think's a major point as well, because Eve Echoes definitely did bring in a large chunk of players. People who got a taste for the game from mobiles, like, I quite like this, what's the PC one like? So they naturally go on YouTube, look on Twitch, and look at headlines, and then they'll be like, yeah, maybe I have to give it a go.
Working as intended?
I think Echoes is definitely improving Eve's visibility. And let's say the PC Gamer articles, just general news posts and things like that of these major battles all get people looking, and all it takes is one person to have that thought in his mind. It's like, I've seen that Eve game a few times, I'll give that a go.
And that's more likely now with Eve Echoes. It'll get more what we call adjacent users. They may not see the ad, but they'll know somebody who's playing it or trying it. And so you get that fall off of impressions made, and then people will meander in and try a thing or two. And so you want to be prepared for that. That's why a lot of work is going into the new player experience.
To be honest, the evolution of the new player experience has been an epic and very tedious process.
Yeah, I remember when I first started, I remember going through the tutorial, losing my ship, and being laughed at by Aurora. And over the OCCP AI they gave you at the start. And I was like, well, that's a good start to this game. And then came back a week later and gave it another go. but having recently done it again just to see what the changes are like, it's completely different. It's so much more user friendly in getting people familiar with the game, which is the big thing. Knowing how to warp to different things, the fitting changes that let you know, oh, you're dual fitting a ship here, you may not want to do that. These ships that primarily fit armor. Those little things that us veterans of the game will be like, we just know it. Those tiny little things make all the difference for a new player. And it is a very tedious job to do, but it has one of the most impactful things of this game.
Yeah, I read what Omega Gold wrote there. That's pretty good. Do you know anything about probing disconnected people?
I do.
Can you
So
explain that.
when you disconnect, if you have a combat timer, meaning either you have activated a fleet burst module, like a fleet bonus module, or have shot, or even been shot, you get a 15-minute combat timer, meaning if you was to disconnect, your ship would stay in space for 15 minutes, or the remainder of that timer, whether you disconnected in a bubble or out of a bubble. If you was outside of a warp disruption bubble, your ship would emergency warp, so it would spool up and try and get out of danger, which is 1 AU away. You'll then sit there for your time. What is possible to do is, using combat probes, you can scan down those ships and those signatures of those ships, and then you can warp to them. With the pilot being offline but their ship still there, you can then tackle them and kill them. And if you do have them tackled and they log back in, they don't warp out or disappear into the new space. They are stuck there with you attacking them, and have to get help from allies. Typically, in these fights, you will see the super fleets and capital fleets have a bubble around themselves, their own protective bubble, to prevent them disconnecting and warping off. We have seen some supers disappear off and warp off and come back on, but it's a very dangerous problem to have. Kirkus just corrected me, it's not 1 AU, it's 1 million kilometers, so it's slightly closer. But it's a very dangerous problem to have with your fleet, because if you have a supercarrier disconnect, then you have to go and sail the supercarrier or risk it being destroyed. Same with a Titan and even carriers. It's a major hassle for you to have to go and make sure they're safe if there are groups hunting them. In these big fights, quite often there are, because player disconnects. If you don't load grid correctly, or you get disconnected loading grid, you'll disappear into that emergency warp as well.
Right. So when you... Oh, go ahead.
A good prober with good skills can scan on a super in 12 seconds. I'm not quite that good yet. I can do it in 20. But that's with no probes out, probes on him, and I'm in warp in 20 seconds. So it literally takes a minute for you not being, for you being disconnected, to someone being able to get on top of you and catch you.
So how much of that 20 seconds is due to your skill as a player, and how much of that is due to your skill as a pilot?
It's a combination of both. I have, on my scanner, I have max scanning skills due to living in Wormhole a few years ago, and knowing my ships as well. So my scanning ship, I know I don't have to step down every single step gap for the units. It's I can jump ranges on the probes. So it's years of being doing probing on wormholes, and just generally having used a prober for a lengthy period of time.
Now, in these massive engagements, would you have a squad there just sitting there to scan things down like that in case somebody does warp off? Somebody fit that's just sitting there waiting, or a pilot or two just cloaked up and ready to scan?
It's so typically you would in some major fights. In this one with tie-dye as it is, I'm not sure if there are active hunters out there, but it would make sense. However, because Imperium want to kill the Keepstar, is it worth diverting your resource from attacking the Keepstar to the opposite way, attacking them? Because ultimately, if you do kill their ship, it is going to cost them ISK. But would your time killing their ship have been more spent on the Keepstar? Yeah, so it's a very interesting tactic to do, probing the disconnects. It can easily net you some good kills. I believe one of my first ever Titan kills I was ever on was a disconnected Titan, and we dread bombed him. We killed him, and about 5 seconds later, his Titan fleet landed on us and doomsdayed all of us. So, Bertie just asked for an update on how the fight has kind of progressed from start to now. So, we saw local at about 2,500 before the Keepstar came out of its anchoring timer. As the Keepstar entered anchor, that local soon went up to about 3,500 to 4,000 pilots. We watched it for about 5 to 7 minutes with no one really attacking the Keepstar. But when the timer had 8 minutes and 1 second left, that's when the Imperium got their damage cap onto the structure. Since that time, which was roughly about 3 hours ago, Goonswarm have been sorry, not just Goonswarm, the Imperium as well, because Initiative are here as well as Bastion, have been throwing in a few dreadnoughts at a time, up to half a dozen dreadnoughts at a time, as well as having Ravens, which you can see dotted around the Keepstar here. These are all doing damage on the structure, keeping it paused, and slowly doing damage and taking its health down. We are roughly speaking at about 54-53%, I would hazard a guess. I've not seen someone post an updated percentage yet. But with that, each percentage is one less to it dying, and as long as they can meet the minimum damage to keep it paused, there is no maximum timer on this aside from downtime, of which is too far away for them to meet with damage cap. So the defenders here, which is Pappy forces defending the Keepstar, are trying to disrupt and kill as many Imperium as they can, whilst Imperium are looking to do as much damage to the Keepstar as possible and ensuring their damage isn't all in one burst and they lose all of it. They have to maintain their damage cap. There has been, throughout the fight, a couple of Goon spies have been caught out, so to say. We have had a Goonswarm super carrier in Pandemic Horde was Matt will just post something that I'm upset about now. But there was a Goonswarm super carrier that has been caught out as a spy from Pandemic Horde, and that was destroyed. there has been a Pandemic Horde spy that joined up to the Fire Coalition Super Capital fleet and was stealing from people's fleet hangars. I can imagine he was also doing it to other fleets, so he probably made off with a good chunk of change from people's fleet hangars. So there have been spies burnt for this. We did receive
Yeah.
reports of a Pandemic Horde Hell and Naglfar that was killed, but we don't know. I haven't seen the Hell kill out, and the Naglfar, I believe, was a similar situation as the spy, but it's not confirmed.
The thing is, with a spy, they're never caught the first time it happens. You know, they've been doing it for a long time. It just happens that you catch them now. I mean, who knows how long that's been going on?
Yeah. The Nyx was doing damage to the structure for 20% of the Keepstar's damage, and when it did get killed, it was noticeable, the DPS drop, because the percentages really did decrease in frequency. So we have 8 minutes and 1 second left on the timer, which is currently paused. If Imperium do wane off the DPS and get to a point where they are not meeting the damage cap because of the way tie-dye is, the timer for the Keepstar is not affected. So the Fraternity Keepstar will start going down quicker than they can reapply their damage, and so it becomes very risky if they don't meet that cap. At the moment, with the Heckney asked the current outcome, at the moment it is set for Imperium to be victors because the timer is still paused. If that timer is unpaused for any significant length of time, then it will be current victory looking towards Pappy. So Crest mentioned there, isn't USTZ stronger for Imperium? They shouldn't have any issues keeping this up. It's unsure whether they are stronger in US than the opposing forces. There is no doubt that they do have a good significant chunk of US pilots. However, it's hard to say whether they have more or less just because I don't have accurate numbers. But they do have US pilots, but so do Pappy, most notably being Pandemic Horde and Test Alliance themselves are very US heavy. But local has steadily been dropping. We are almost down to 5,500 pilots. So it'll be interesting to see once the US guys fully get online and start getting into system if that number will change. I'll try and do a local scan.
I'd be curious if the concurrent players online this pattern has changed because people aren't working as much because of COVID.
It's an interesting one. I would say initially when we had, at least for the UK, when we had more strict lockdown and things like that, I definitely noticed old players coming back to the game. People who I hadn't seen for years came back to the game because they were furloughed at the time. Whereas now, for the UK, people are starting to get back to work. Obviously, it's soon going to be going back to working from home. Furloughs are going to start being reintroduced soon, based on current guidelines from the government and stuff. So, yeah. It'd be interesting to see how many US come into system and whether or not they do start bolstering up the numbers back up to the 6,000 mark.
Well, what brought that up is for Madral, it's only 3:00 in the afternoon, but for the East Coast, it's 6 p.m. So very different schedule for workers.
So I'll post this local scan in chat as well. Goonswarm currently have 1,200 pilots in system. Comparing that to Pandemic Horde and Test Alliance, who have a combined 1,500. I see an update there from Devious, so I'll update that. Thank you very much for doing that, Devious. It's a huge help for keeping us informed. Do I have the local scan from earlier on? That's my question. Don't think I do. No, only ship scans. But it was be interesting to see if US time zone does increase in numbers. Yeah, I'm gonna have a look, scroll up and see if I can find an old local scan, but it'll be an interesting one. So, Bertie says in chat, if they're at the damage cap, I appear unlikely to divert new players to killing defenders. Bertie, I don't think they are anywhere close to the damage cap on the structure. From some, I'll call it napkin math, which is just stuff I've managed to do based on rough numbers. It seems like they are at about 10,000 DPS of the 7,500 they need to keep it paused. 75,000 is the cap. So I don't think they can afford to divert too much to killing people who are newcomers and disconnects.
Have to say the system is responding pretty well given 6,000 people in local.
Yeah, Sleeping Games has put about people being forcibly disconnected from TQ, which is why they could be dropping. We did hear that a couple of hours ago, whilst we was at about 6,300 people, but it's hard to say whether it's people disconnecting due to times. Most notably, Fire Coalition are Russian, or Russian, primarily Russian, and as well as other corporations and other alliances. So it's getting increasingly late for them. It is middle of the week. I mean, unfortunately, there's no holiday in Russia as far as I'm aware. Definitely not for the UK. So people are going to be thinking, right, we have to log off, go to sleep because we have work tomorrow and things like that.
So is there a standard operating procedure for logging off in the middle of a big tie-dye fight?
It changes depending on both people as a pilot and the ships they're in. If it's me and I physically can't stay up anymore and I've got work tomorrow and things like that, then I would just log off and hope for the best. Try and get out of a bubble and log off. In these kind of fights, if you're in a small ship, they're not really going to focus too much on you. Oh, hey CCP, thank you for the raid.
Whoa.
Oh no, where am I going to get my updated stream numbers now? So, how did the new graphics card turn out? Oh, CCP stream died. Oof. Yeah, mine's still holding strong. I've had to open the window because it was overheating at the start of the fight. Oh, I was quite fortunate. My camera did in fact die in the first 30 minutes, but it was at the point where it hadn't gotten too bad. So I was able to get it back online. But yeah, it's
I have to ask though, when the rest of us crash and we go to log back in, it takes about an hour. Does CCP have to wait an hour, or do they have a faster route to get back in the game? Something like a VIP mode.
people are saying that CCP have to wait. Can get back in the game fast by teleporting to a different system, but the same applies. So you can get back in the game, but still trying to load in the system may still have the same issue.
Yeah, that's consistent. If we're trying to log into this system, it's taking people about an hour to log in. Occasionally, you'll find someone that said, "It took me 30 minutes." We're like, "Congratulations, that was quick."
All right, I'm able to talk again.
I think when I crashed at the very start of the stream, I was very lucky. It was about 5 minutes for me to get back in a full potatoed client. But yeah, it's I don't want to do that now. That's for sure.
Let's go back. Sully, thanks. Let's go back to get everybody up to speed on what the latest facts of this battle are. Since we've just been joined by CCP viewers.
Yeah, so we are still seeing Keepstar being paused by the Imperium. It's hard for me to tell, but visually it looks like there may be slightly less Imperium ships here. But it may just be they are overwhelmed by the Blue Force. So those joining from CCP, the colours are backwards to how you had them. The Imperium are red on this stream, on this camera view, and Pappy are blue. So the colours are going to be slightly reversed for those joining from CCP. But we are still seeing the Keepstar paused.
I'm dropping in pictures from Razorian that you may want to look at. They're beautiful.
So I don't know if you mentioned earlier, one thing being in the fight that I've noticed is all the bounty and kill right calls are gone. And for 6,000 people, it feels smoother than some of the 3,000, 3,500 member fights we've had previously.
Yeah, CCP, I believe, did confirm it during their stream where the bounty messages and stuff was disabled.
Yeah, if you guys like those pictures I'm putting in there, they are from a photographer known as Razorian. I'll give you his Flickr account next.
Yeah,
Well, thank you,
this is-
CCP, for bounties. Can we bounty the bounty system?
Yeah, so for those that don't know what the bounty system is and why it's a problem in these scale fights, do you want to explain?
Do you want to take that one over?
Yeah. So the more people that are in system, the more your client is issuing calls to check bounties and kill rights. And that's done so that for a lot of different reasons, the kill rights are very important in faction space. We are in high sec or low sec, not so much in null sec, but bounties are something that you do get a bounty when you kill another pilot, destroy their ship. But in these fights with these many players, a lot of players feel like the bounty system is not something that is worth it, worth the lag. And turning it off, we're seeing a lot more people in system. Personally, as I was flying through the fleets today, most of my commands are going through. They take about 4 minutes, but most of them are going through with maybe the exception of my guns. Gun cycling seems to be the one thing that's is under stress.
Yeah, guns have always typically, at least for me, had impact in server performance and lag. In the old days before tie-dye, it would be you would fire your gun, it would apply 1 damage. When it came around to cycle the second time, it would take the ammo, cycle, but not do any damage. So I think they're the most volatile part of which we go, because they do have a lot of calculations involved in the server.
Arya's too loud, apparently.
I'll turn myself down.
And maybe, I think we've had a problem with Sully's mic. It's hard. OBS is hard to get your own voice to be correct against the guest's voice. You really have to, it takes a while to work out. So we'll do our best. Sully's actually engineering the show as well as hosting it.
Yeah. And I set up my audio capture about 6 hours ago. Well, probably about 8 hours ago now. Just so that if I was involved in the fleet and say I had my Titan on grid, so you didn't hear my FC's fleet commands and stuff.
Right, that may be interfering. Okay, so the Keepstar looks like it's at 52 to 53% damage. It's taken us how long to get here?
Coming up to 5 hours.
So 5 hours. Now, just if you need to go 50% more, it's going to take another 5 hours. But there are some variables that are going to change that. How many people are in system? How slow are things moving? How much damage is actually being applied? Doesn't matter as much because they're already hitting the maximum amount of damage they can do, which is 7,500 DPS. They're over that. They're around 10,000. So they even have like 3,000 to spare. So Imperium is damaging as much as they need to continue this trend. But time is what the variable is here. Is time slowing down? Is time speeding up? That's going to make a huge difference in how long this takes for the Imperium to accomplish their goal, which is to reduce this anchoring Keepstar down to 0. To answer your question, Minzy, 7,500 is what's called a DPS cap. And I can go into history about this on why there is a cap to begin with. We have time, right? So maybe I should. Structures before they came out was thought that there needed to be a way to distribute a fight so that a team with an incredible amount of firepower couldn't just come and wipe everything off the field, while a smaller team with less firepower had to take 10 times longer in order to accomplish the same thing. So they created what was called intosising and intosis devices. And what you would do is you would apply a laser to an object, and then it became a clock. So you just had to keep applying this intosis to an object in order to defeat the object. So it was not damage based. It was time-based. And if you had 10 people doing it, it didn't go any faster. And that was a way of nullifying big, powerful groups with smaller groups. And that was what structures were going to be using in order to destroy them. They used it for nodes. So they used it for sovereignty, and they were going to use it for structures as well. But players didn't like it. And the developers over the water cooler were talking to each other and said, you know what would be cool? What if structures were shot at? And so they said, okay, we can't do what's called sob wanding or the entosis wanding for structures. Players won't have it. So what else can we do in order to mitigate too much DPS coming in as opposed to groups that have too little DPS? And they decided on a different technique, and that was to create a cap. So you could only damage something so fast. And that's where you get this damage cap. But that means things take a long time for everyone. And if you don't meet that damage cap, then the Keepstar begins to tick away its time down to 0 to invulnerability. So there's 8 minutes left on this timer. It's been frozen there because the damage cap has been there's been at least 7,500 DPS every moment of this fight since it got to 8 minutes. Now, I talked about this as Sisyphus's rock or boulder, in that imagine that you're the Imperium and you have something really heavy that you need to carry across the road. So you pick this thing up and you start moving across the road, and it's very slow because this thing is very heavy. But it looks like you'll make it across the road in 5 hours. You're 2 hours into the trip, and the thing that you're holding slips out of your hand and falls on the road and breaks. Well, you've just lost. And that's what the Imperium is doing right now. They are carrying a heavy object across the road, and all they need to do is slip up a little bit and it falls out and their trip is useless. So if that timer gets away from them in some way and starts ticking away because they're not doing 7,500 points of damage per second, then that rock is slipping out of their hand, basically. So this is a very, very high stakes battle. They both have different objectives. The objective of the Imperium is to constantly apply damage to it, at least 7,500. And the object or the goal of the defenders of this structure is to prevent them from doing that. So there's really not much that the Pappy forces can do except continue to destroy everything that's doing damage to this structure and hope that they destroy enough to lower that damage. And that's hard to do because what Imperium is doing is using battleships that are jumping around the field, and they're hard to catch. And they're long range, and there's enough of them that they can do that. And as they die, they are replaced. And hopefully they keep enough on the field to continue to do that damage. And they are supplementing that damage with dreadnoughts that they are bringing in a few at a time so that they don't lose 900 billion worth of ships this fight. Sorry, 75,000. If I was saying 7,500, I had it wrong. 75,000 points of damage per second. And that sounds totally correct. 7,500 is too little, but you get the point. So that's how the Imperium is taking this on. They're putting in just enough to keep that damage going. The Pappy forces are destroying as much as they can of everything that's coming in, but it's hard to catch it. And if they catch it, it's easily and quickly replaced. And that's the battle that you're seeing. That's the tug of war. My prediction on this Keepstar, again, it's too hard to predict. Right now, if everything goes as it's gone for the first 5 hours, Imperium's going to win this fight. And they're going to delay or maybe prevent a Keepstar on their territory, which is what they want to do in the long run. This is the second attempt to put down a Keepstar. The first attempt was frustrated yesterday as their Keepstar was actually destroyed.
So it does look like a Test Alliance Hell did fall victim to a Dread Bomb. I don't know whether it was on the Keepstar. I don't believe so, if we've not seen that many Dread Sano in, but it looks like it was a possible disconnected Hell that in fact die.
We'll talk about those disconnects in just a second, but to finish what the prediction is, it looks like Imperium is doing what they need to do to get across that road. And as long as they don't slip up and drop what they're carrying, things should go their way. But at any moment, even when they're about to finish, that might happen. And one of the ways that can happen is a server crash. If the server crashes, it will temporarily go out for everyone. So everybody's wiped off the field, servers stop, they reboot it, it comes back up. The Keepstar starts ticking away from that 8-minute mark down to 0 right away. And there's nobody to apply damage to it until it's too late. So a server crash will give the victory to to Pappy forces. And it can't be a server crash for the next 5 hours in order for Imperium to win this. Now let's talk about that. There's another thing that Imperium is able to do during this fight. Now they're applying damage. They don't need too many people to keep that damage cap of 75,000 going. So what they're also doing is looking around for quick little victories that might help their cause. And that is disconnected ships that are valuable. Because when they're disconnected, they are vulnerable and they can be caught and they can be destroyed before they rejoin their group. We talked about how that happens. And essentially, if you're in a big ship, like let's say you're in a super carrier ship, it's a big, slow ship, you get disconnected. Well, immediately you go into warp. You warp away. I think it's 100,000 light years or
a million kilometers.
Million kilometers, sorry, not light years. Million kilometers. And so you warp away. Now you're disconnected, so you don't know what's going on. But what's going on inside the game is your ship is warping away. When you log back in, it takes a long time. So by the time you get back in, you're in some pocket of space or somewhere out there in space far away, and you need to warp back to where you were. In the time that it takes you to warp back to where you were to be safe again, you are being probed down. The Sino is being lit next to you, and dreadnoughts are being landed right into you. And they are going to destroy you before you get a chance to get out. And that's the opportunity that Imperium's looking for. Those little opportunities to kill these big ships that get disconnected.
Right. So I also
Anything
have
to add?
I have an updated battle report as well, so we can look to go at that. But as I say, this is the first super we've seen die to a disconnect. The dreads were dropped at its safe warp location. Unfortunately, these things happen. TCP does have a ruling where they don't do ship replacement during large fleet battles like these. So it's a very unfortunate event for that pilot.
What did they get?
It was
Got a hell?
Alpha Stone in a Hell.
Yeah, so that
Roughly valued about
that's bad.
32 billion. I say, and in the battle report, we currently have 100 billion on Pappy side and 350 billion on Imperium side.
So again, the disconnects are terrible for players because if you're an individual pilot like this guy Alpha Stone, right? He's in here enjoying everything, everything's going fine. Boom, gets disconnected. Next thing he knows, he's trying to log in and it's frustrating. So as he's trying to log in, it's taking a long time. He gets back in and he wakes up to dreadnoughts shooting at his ship. So he calls for help. Help is on the way. Help takes a long time to get here. And if they don't catch him, he's going to end up being destroyed. And that's what happened here.
It looks as though, unfortunately, that pilot may not have even seen his own ship destroyed.
Oh, he may have
Because
stayed logged off.
there was none of the dreadnoughts that killed him were subsequently killed. So it looks like he may have, in fact, just not been able to log back in time, and has since seen his ship destroyed on Zkill. So that is an unfortunate thing. Fruit Whiskey says, can you not log in and jump through it the next day? The problem with that, Fruit, is you stay in space for 15 minutes, but, or depending on your timer that you have, your combat aggression timer. So he could have well and truly been dead within those 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, you will log in, and you will be warped back to your spot. On a login, you cannot be stopped.
Now, someone would ask, okay, so you get disconnected. Why don't you stay logged off? Well, that's one way you could do it. But what if you say, hey, can you guys come and guard me while I log back in? They don't know where you went. Wherever you warped off to, totally random. They have no idea where you went.
Yeah.
And how long does it take someone to probe you down that's really good at probing?
Yeah. Typically as well, the attacking force, in this case the Imperium, may be trying to hunt those probers, but would any probers for the Pappy side also be looking for the same things? You also have to then distinguish one super carrier in amongst this fleet. Although they are different on the map, they are still very close.
Sully, how fast does a good prober probe you down?
If, as I say, with probes out, it's because of with it so close to the grid. If they've got probes already out on D-scan and like ready to go, it's 8 seconds, and 6 seconds. That's literally them hitting the scan button and warp. If they don't have probes out and they see a ship disappear, it can be 10 to 12. If they land in the right area when you launch them. For me, with no probes out to having myself in warp to the ship, is 20 seconds. Given that people are taking 20 minutes to log back in, you will be unfortunately at very risk in that time, because even with tie-dye, the Cynos and jumping in dreadnoughts and things like that, it's still, yeah.
So it's possible that your ship gets disconnected. It goes out 1 million kilometers away. It gets probed down. You're still disconnected. Is the ship still in space, and can it be destroyed?
Yes, as long as you had as long as you had a combat timer, an aggression. If you was tethered to the Keepstar and you disconnected, you do not leave. You stay right there. But if they had any form of aggression, which in this fight it's highly likely, then you will be off in warp, waiting out that timer. If you was not scanned down in that time and your 15 minutes ended, then you would disappear. But all it takes is one person to land on you and shoot you once, or activate any aggressive module on you, and your timer gets reset. It was a change CCP did years ago, because back then Supers and Titans would just log off and it was a set time. You couldn't extend it, whereas now you could hold a super carrier from 1 minute after downtime till downtime the next day.
Yeah, so the idea is that if you're disconnected, it is a precarious situation for you. Either way. So a server disconnect, if everybody went down, would affect Imperium in a very bad way. But individual server, let's call it a server events where you get disconnected, is really bad for pilots individually on either side. And here's a defensive move that a group will do in order to prevent that. They literally tackle their own guys. So they put a bubble up around their ships. And it's usually you put a bubble up to trap somebody that you want to kill. So you want to hold them in place. But they're doing it to hold their ships in space. If there is a server disconnect, it will take much longer for that ship to warp away, because it is being interfered with by an interdictor sphere.
So if the ship is in the middle of a interdictor's bubble or Hector's bubble, then it won't warp off. It can't. It's restricted from warping. So for that moment where it attempts it, if it fails, then it will just sit in the same position.
So whoever that test pilot was not protected by a bubble, a defensive bubble, and he wasn't tethered. Can they tether to this Keepstar since it's only anchored, not online?
They can, yes, because when you initially anchor the structure, it has a 15-minute timer. That timer cannot be tethered, you cannot dock. After the 24 hours have elapsed and you are in this repair state that we are in at the moment, you have full tether ability and full docking ability. However, there is no modules that are fit because you can't fit because it is immediately in repair, and you cannot obviously with no fit you can't actually do anything with the structure. The structure can't be used to shoot, but you can tether and you can dock.
Right. These are things that have been hotly debated in the past about how to be able to use it. It used to be that you just planted a Keepstar and there was no initial 15 minutes of vulnerability time. You had to wait 24 hours and then it became invulnerable. But they said that's really discouraging. So what we'll do is make it so that if somebody's on a battlefield, they can't just put a Keepstar down or a structure down without any counterplay to that move. So they invented the 15 minutes as soon as you put it down of vulnerability. So you either control the grid and keep it safe or you lose it.
Yeah, which it did change the tactics a lot for deploying these, because previously it would be you deploy them, then you just have to defend them once, whereas now you have to maintain grid possession, especially if you're doing things such as destroying an Athanor on, say, an R64 moon. You can't just destroy it, put down a structure, because one defensive strategy people used to do is, well, if they're just going to lose, say, an Athanor on a valuable moon, well, when the Athanor died, they'd just anchor their own. So they would just anchor another structure, so the attacking force then would go, oh, we have to wait 24 hours. Whereas now you have to maintain grid possession, so you can't ninja anchor something on like a moon. You have to hold on to it and be able to defend it for those 15 minutes.
Yeah, if you guys are interested, there is a Discord where we reside. There's over 3,800 of us. And here it is. If you haven't already, join our Discord and hang out with the Talking in Stations community. It's a lot of advanced EVE Online players. We also have a whole section on EVE Echoes if you're interested in that. So I think I'm looking that we're at about 50%. Last I saw was 52 to 53%, it's maybe 52% now. The timer is stuck at 8 minutes, hasn't dropped from that, 8 minutes and 1 second. Again, that can go fast. If that cap drops for any reason, that ticker will go in real time, whereas everybody else is moving at 1/10 their normal time. So that's a tough penalty, and also something that has been hotly debated since these things were put into the game. Is that timer subject? Why is that timer not subject to tie-dye? Why can it tick away in real time while the damage is 1/10 the time? And it was because the alternative was worse.
Yeah, it's the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
Because most notably with this fight, obviously, if the timer was affected by a tie-dye, we was already at max tie-dye before the Keepstar came out of anchoring state. So immediately it becomes in Imperium's favour, because rather than have 15 minutes real time, they have multiple hours real time to keep it paused.
So let's look at what's happened over the last 2 days. I think there's a lesson to be learned here. One is, last time they put this Keepstar down was yesterday. They actually put down a different one that was destroyed. but the price tag to destroy it was 900 billion ISK. That's nearly $1 trillion. It was too high a price for a Keepstar trade. In fact, they did make that trade, but Pappy was able to put down a second Keepstar right away, and so they even took that objective for that day. But what it meant is 24 hours later, there would be another fight. That's the fight you're looking at now. So what's happening is the Imperium is here again trying to destroy this, but they're not using dreads, or a lot of dreads. They decided they needed a cheaper alternative because that was a bad trade. One Keepstar for 900 billion, not necessarily a great trade. So what they decided to do this time is use cheaper weaponry to try to take this down, and that is battleships. With only a few dreads, maybe less than they were using before. So if they're going to take damage as far as their wallet goes, it's not going to be quite as bad as 900 billion. And it looks to be sort of working. We don't know where it's going to end up, but so far they're 50% the way through, and they've spent about 300 billion. All things being the same, if we just double everything, 50% more damage gets them to 0, they blow it up, but it takes about 300 billion more, then they are still spending about 600 billion to destroy this Keepstar.
Yeah, as Oakmaster put there, that's not the price of the Keepstar. The price is Pappy's super caps in jump range of most of Delve, and that is the reason why Imperium are defending this as they can, because this system gives Pappy forces a huge foothold to Greater Delve.
Yeah, this objective is priceless because it changes the ball game considerably. We can talk about that in a minute, but let me just make a correction. Willow GR here says it's 370 billion at the moment. That's how much money, how much ISK Imperium has lost to this point so far. So 370 billion. One second, let me check.
So, just quick while you're checking that, one note that someone made is there isn't, there's only 97 Ravens on grid at the moment with the Keepstar.
Mhm.
So they are beginning to dwindle, it looks like, in numbers. As well as for Dreadnoughts, I can only see one actually on grid at the moment, one Imperium Dreadnought.
Let's look for that damage cap to drop. I want to bring in Apollo 428. He is from Recon. They're on the field defending this Keepstar. How's it going, Apollo?
It's going good, buddy. How you doing?
Really good. Thanks for participating in chat. I saw you there. What's going on?
Not much. I'm actually watching the stream with you guys because I'm stuck at work.
But your guys are in here fighting, right?
That's right.
Stuck at work, is that the excuse?
I mean, I'll take a selfie right now and show you if you'd like.
Because I'm still sat on the 8QT Keepstar. No one else is. Everyone else has already gone back to PC.
That's Doctor the 8QT Keepstar.
All right, let's do some math real quick. If it's taken 370 billion,
740.
I'm sorry, 370 billion. What did I say? 370 billion.
Yeah, no. You're going to double it, which is 740 bill.
That's another huge expense to keep this Keepstar out. Now, there's a lot of talk about unlimited stockpiles, but it's not a good trade. It's hard to, it's a good trade once or twice, but that's not a good ratio going forward. Right? What do you guys think?
Exactly, because not only that, their big stockpiles that they've had was built on the 4 or 5 years that they've been mining in Delve constantly nonstop. And then with the recent changes and all that, it's going to be a lot harder to replace this immense stockpile that we're burning through right now.
Well, but I mean, 3 or 4 years of intense mining and stockpiling and storing of minerals and building ships, and I mean,
Yeah, but that's not all they've been doing with it. They've been selling it to, increase their economy. They've been using it to build other ships like Titans that they've currently been using. They've been building these dreadnoughts that they're using, subcaps. Not to mention they've been funding their entire time that they've deployed in every war. I mean, they've lost a lot of stuff over the years as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, they were still mining more than they were losing, which is completely fine. But at some point that stockpile is gonna be threatened.
well, and that's part of the equation that we don't know. First of all, we don't know what they have. Second, we don't know what they're willing to commit to this effort. It could be everything, and they could have a lot of it. So we don't know. And thirdly, where is it stored? Who does it belong to? Are those players even still here? And if they're not here, did they give all that wealth or potential wealth over to the cause? So 4 years of mining, we don't really know what that looks like.
I don't know, but I can tell you one thing that they haven't committed yet to this fight is that
What?
super fleet of theirs.
Right. Well, I don't know if you can blame them. There hasn't really been the opportunity. That's your nuclear weapon, I suppose, if you're a nation.
I don't know. They've been claiming they had the biggest super capital fleet, the biggest Titan fleet ever. So
yeah, but you got them outnumbered. I imagine you have at least equivalent super caps, super carrier Titans, all that stuff.
Yeah, and as someone put out in chat, is at the moment with the timer being paused, they're not in a need to commit those assets.
No, that's fair.
If the timer becomes unpaused, or if it by that point it'll be too late, we can only speculate at this moment. But we are seeing. I've just updated the battle report, and it's just about to hit 390 billion for Goonswarm loss.
What's the Keepstar at? The timer and the damage. What are those at? The timer still hasn't moved, so it's still at 8 minutes and 1 second. But what's the actual damage now?
It should be about 48.
Yeah, roughly I'd guess about 48, 49. Unfortunately, I was using CCP stream to judge the percentages. So I'll have to wait and see if someone in chat has it locked. There we go. Devious Citizen coming through again. 49%.
Thank you for that. 49%, just past the halfway mark by 1%. What'd you say it was? 390?
300. It's 387 and a half. But
Okay.
I've seen ships die since then, and not everything's been uploaded, so 390.
So yeah, it's safe to say 390 or so. Yeah. I mean, this is, again, Imperium's doing what they need to do to win the day. It doesn't mean it comes without pain. It's going to be expensive, but it's also going to tax their players quite a bit. But this may be a window of opportunity that will go away for Pappy forces because, again, we talk about the Chinese New Year, possibly allowing them to pool higher numbers than they would normally.
So, a question from chat in Zabo says, at some point, does this become pointless for Imperium to try and stop these Keepstars from deploying? The cost seems to almost speed up the strangled delve strategy. Or is there a more efficient way to stop these keeps from going up? That's what I believe today is for the Imperium. Is we obviously saw them successfully kill the Keepstar yesterday, which was objective complete for them. However, it cost them 900 billion. Which is not financially viable. Even for a group Imperium size, that is still an astronomical amount of ISK for one Keepstar. So this strategy, if they can kill it, we originally was saying if they could have done it under 400 or 500 billion, then that's a really good financially viable strategy. However, they have continued to just lose ships, and the damage has slowed enough where they're now losing ships a lot quicker, to the point which they will be shortly hitting 400 billion, and they're halfway, or just over halfway. So you can pretty much just go double it. That's 800 billion this time round, whilst not using dreadnoughts and things. So it will at some point be financially not a financial option for them to attack and kill them. but it all depends on the Imperium whether they are willing to commit that amount of risk each time to make sure these structures die, because ultimately this Keepstar is a major asset for both sides.
Let's look at it in terms of strategic objective as opposed to Keepstars, right? So Pappy, if Pappy loses this Keepstar, will have lost 2 Keepstars, but more than that, they would have lost the confidence. Maybe not lost the confidence, but they would have been shown not to be able to do what they wanted to do, even with superior numbers twice. On the other hand, the Imperium would have lost whatever last battle was, 900 billion, plus this battle, which already is like 400 more. So that's 13 billion. Let's say it ends up in the 17, 18, sorry, that would be 1.8 trillion. But they walk away with the dignity of being able to stop a force that's 2, possibly 3 times bigger than them. And they have not let anybody enter Delve. And I think that's a big morale boost to their guys.
Yeah. And at the same time, although it's not a major morale boost for some, there are some line members in the Pappy side of whom most notably is most of the Russians in my coalition, in the Fire Coalition, have since had to log off for the night, so they've already returned back to PTAC Z. So they've sat on a Keepstar in Supers and Titans and Faxes and Dreadnoughts, waiting to drop into a fight that ended up being so locked out from tie-dye and numbers that they just was not needed. But there was also a point where they couldn't leave in case they was needed. So it's very, even then that will have an effect on them.
Let's see if we can answer that question from Ian. He asks, so far 917 billion ISK lost. Eventually will drain morale or resources of Imperium. Do you think it will drain that much confidence? Pappy have stormed Quarius and Fountain, and I suspect they knew entering Delve would always be tough and be a tough fight. That depends on leadership. It depends on the real life situation of every individual player, how much energy they can give to something. It literally is impossible to tell. If leadership can rally the troops, keep their morale high, and we see these numbers again, that would be impressive. But I want to point you to the Fountain campaign, the very first Keepstar to go down. Huge numbers showed up for Pappy, right? I think they got like 4,000. Huge numbers. The subsequent Keepstars had a lot less, like 2,000. I think at one point it got down to like 1,200. Why is that? Because these are special occasions, and people will allow a certain amount of interference in their real life for the special occasions. When something becomes routine, they start reevaluating priorities, and maybe you have less people saying, I don't need to show up for this one. You have more people saying, I don't need to show up for this one. I'm going to take the day off and do my real life.
Can I offer more to that?
What's that?
Can I offer more, like another alternative thing there?
Please.
So the reason why you see so many on the first Keepstar is because everyone's always assuming, guys, they're going to come defend this Keepstar. We need max people. When they don't defend it, it's like, oh, okay. So then the next one comes, and it's like, well, we don't know if they're going to defend it or not, guys. So it's like, we won't form as hard, or we'll have people stay on the other side of wormholes ready to go. And then it's like, okay, well, they didn't form for this one either. So then the next one's like, well, obviously they're not forming for this one, so let's not bother. And then you get just the people that want to go get on a Keepstar kill.
Right. I think it's interesting. People show up for a few reasons. One is to say that they were there when you have some historic fight like this one. And then some people show up for minor reasons, like I want my kill board to reflect more damage done. And a Keepstar it's a lot of ISK, so it really makes your kill board look good, especially if you're a newer player.
So going back to what you guys were saying as far as burning morale and everything like that for the Pappy side, because God forbid we lose this Keepstar, and it's like, all right, well, we've lost 2 Keepstars in a row. But at the same time, everybody in Pappy knew that going into Delve was going to be the challenge, because we didn't really get resistance anywhere else. We got a little resistance in the beginning of the Fountain War, which was good, and then after Fountain failed, we got like literally no resistance. And the same has been in Aquarius, barely any resistance except for like 49 TACU. So the minute we knew we were going into Delve, we knew it was going to be a really tough battle. We didn't expect to go ahead and lose the Keepstar, of course, but we also didn't expect to go ahead and kill 900 billion worth of ships. And today we were and then the funny part was, we were all laughing as soon as we anchored another Keepstar. Nobody lost their morale yesterday because we lost a Keepstar. We were laughing because a second one was put up. We were laughing because we killed 900 billion. And that may not be a lot to the Goon leadership. That may not be a lot to that they may have convinced their members that that's not a lot of ISK, but it is. It's almost a trillion ISK. It was 920 billion. So, and then today we've got the next one that we're going after. Okay, that's 400 billion already lost, and the Keepstar's not even half dead yet. Titans haven't been committed. This is mainly subcaps that we're killing, and yeah. Pappy lost 113 billion ISK today when you account for the 2 supers, 1 disconnected, 1 spy that we executed. But I don't know, man. Maybe if this Keepstar dies, maybe we'll have a third one pop right up in its shadow.
Well, it's how some campaigns have been won, right? You talk about United States. They had a civil war. Generals lost a lot to the south. The northern ones did, until Ulysses Grant just didn't know when to stop. He just kept throwing people at the war, and eventually it overcame. It took a lot, but because of the tenaciousness and the relentlessness of his command and the resources at his disposal, he was able to overcome what were superior generals, let's say. And that may be what Pappy wants to do in Delve. I think they had a different strategy of slowly burning away the Empire, wasting its resources, reducing it. And that may in the end be the smarter way to go if their goal is to eliminate the influence of Imperium. You don't want to destroy them fast, because they will escape or go away with a ton of their resources. You do want to exhaust their resources, because their resources represent their influence.
And what's nice about that, what's terrible for us for Delve, but nice for them, is that they have got NPC Delve right there. They've had all this time to, stack their resources into NPC Delve just in case they were to lose Delve. So they've got in the region that we're currently invading, that they're under threat of losing, they've been able to stack all of their, strategic assets that they were afraid of losing. Not even afraid, but, God forbid, they lose, they have all of this to rebuild off of.
Have they been moving stuff into the? I mean, you're not in the Imperium, so I don't know why I'm asking you. But have they been moving resources around?
I don't know. I just, if I was them, I would. It's just me, but common sense would dictate if the house is burning down, you'd want to, move the shit. You move the stuff to the shed. Sorry.
I know some line members who are less. How to put this? Less to the Goon resolve as others. So we know that there have been some Goon Swarm donors who have literally donated all of their EVE assets because they're not coming back to the game. These are pilots of whom are a bit more secluded from that, more like them keeping themselves to themselves, so to speak. They have evacuated some non-critical assets, but they have kept things here like their dreadnoughts, things like that. I'm thinking pure industry based, like blueprints, things like that.
Right, but, combat assets are still in there, still in Delve proper.
There's more for their personal safety. I know a lot of members of Goon Swarm who haven't moved anything because they see it as it's more of a reason for them to fight, more of a reason for them to want to get up because they're UK based, for the US hours, to stay up late for the US hours to fight.
All right, let's have a counterpoint here from Zobo that says that the Pappy forces are going to encounter similar losses when it comes time for them to take down Delve Keepstars. And remember,
Oh, more than likely.
there are a lot of Delve Keepstars. I think, is it 60? Are they up in the 60s, 70s?
I think it was.
It's
getting up
legitimately
that
a
high.
lot.
It's greater than 50, and even at 50, it's a staggering number. So
Right.
it's getting up to that point, that's for sure.
So if this, and that's a really good counterpoint, if all things are equal, if this is what it takes to lower a Keepstar, that's an immeasurable amount of ISK that you're going to need to take down Delve. So why isn't that stopping them? I think if you ask Villy, because he's mentioned it a few times, who's the leader of, one of the leaders of Pappy, he says taking down the Keepstars is not their objective. Because Keepstars don't really represent anything. And I think the reason that this is the fight that it is I believe caps are allowed to jump in here. That's why you have dreads coming in here and being able to like contribute to the damage being done. But when it comes time to attack a Keepstar, let's talk about 49 Tech U, which has an Imperium Keepstar in it. But that system's iHub now belongs to Pappy Forces. And we're 1 week away from the 4 week mark where Pappy can actually put in a Sino, it's not a Sino generator, it's a jammer, Sino jammer. And at that point, they can let their own supers come in to attack that Keepstar. They can turn on the jammer, and nobody else can come in unless they use the gates. And so then you have a different power balance. If you control the system, you control the iHub, you control the access of supers and dreads or anything sinoing in, you have a different power balance per incident. So it may not look like this. The reason this can happen is because nobody can jam this system. It belongs to Blood Raiders, an NPC group.
So even when we were invading Fountain, we didn't just go directly for a Keepstar. We went and we went around. We took out their iHubs and the TCUs first. Once the iHubs were gone, that's when we started committing to to actually taking out Keepstars. And of course, at that point, that's when oh my God, who are they? And it was actually redeploying to Delve. So we didn't go straight for the Keepstars. We took the fights to begin with. We killed random forts, faction forts, things like that first. Then we went to the Keepstar. You don't want to just go straight for the Keepstar because you don't want to die on the hill. There's no point in dying taking the hill when you can burn everything around the hill until they leave, and then you take the hill.
Right. And what we're looking at is a tactic that has less risk. It costs more money, but it has less risk against super capitals, right? You don't see any supers in here from the Imperium that I'm aware of, except that spy one or the one or two spy supers. But this is doing it slowly and possibly less expensively, but with less risk to their super capital force, which they're not willing to use for this. Maybe they think they don't need to. Maybe they don't think they can come out ahead if they do, because Pappy has quite a considerable super capital force in range. So they don't want to tangle that up yet. It's not the right time for them, possibly. So this takes longer and it takes more money. But this may not be the way that Pappy ends up taking out Imperium Keepstars in the future. Maybe faster, but more risky. All right, let's have a look at that D-scan.
So the battle report I'm looking at has goons lost up to 435 bill, with Pappy losing 119. But again, that 119 is with the spy Nix that was executed. So we're looking at a little over 4-to-1 ratio for ISK.
Oh, look at that. Massive showing by Imperium fleet, Goon fleet. Sorry, Goon Swarm. They used to be called something else. Goon Swarm Federation there, Condi, with over 1,000. It's a huge number, but they are a very big alliance. That's what's on field now. Some people may have been here earlier and had to leave, so it might have been potentially higher. But the number that astounds me on here is Northern Coalition 390. That's a lot of combatants from Northern Coalition. They used to be the size of Pandemic Legion, about 180. So they've doubled in size.
Well, let's not forget Super Alts are in system as well. So, but let's also not forget that there's easily another 2,000 to 3,000 people waiting in AQT to go.
Right. A lot of those will be alts too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's hard to say what people are and what accounts are. We usually just talk in terms of numbers and just say, look, everybody's the same, even though it's likely that Pandemic Legion has people that can dual box or even triple box the game, whereas Test might have more people that just have one client because that's all they know to control. So there is an educational difference on what you can handle in combat. In situations where everything's slow, a lot more people are apt to be able to handle 3 or 4 accounts. So it gets kind of tricky figuring out how many actual people they have, but it doesn't matter because what you care about is how much power you can project. That's reflected in numbers. It's also reflected in ship types, and somewhat it's reflected in skill. Although again, at this scale, at this speed, skill becomes more FC level skill on strategic moves rather than actual reaction time, decision making, situational awareness. When all that stuff happens in real time, this is a much different game. Here, everybody's doing what the FC told them to do, and it takes about 15 minutes for you to accomplish that one button click. It's plenty of time to think. All right, in case you haven't seen it, I'm going to put down Razorian's gallery of photos. He's putting some photos from this battle up.
As someone just said in chat, it's more chess than Counter-Strike at this moment.
Yeah, Eve is many games. It's not one game. Somebody says Eve is this or Eve is that. That's true for them. It's not true for everybody.
So whilst we have a moment, I will change the stream to look at some of Razorian's pictures as well. So let me just make it all the way across. So you can see these are photos that have been taken throughout today's fight. So we can see.
Honestly, those are some of the best pictures I've seen of Eve in a long time.
Razorian is very good at his work, and like Matt said earlier, he does also some enhancements to make them even better. I just want to say he's running on quite high graphics here. He must have some very good computer to take these pictures when the game was so slow.
Well, he's also, I believe he does a lot of programming. So it's not just him enhancing the pictures with Photoshop. He actually creates algorithms that help him to achieve a certain look. And so he can't be considered just a good screenshot grabber. He's got to be considered an artist.
Yeah.
And more than that, like a digital artist. He's working with technology to generate the art. That's what I think puts him in a different category.
Yeah, I wish one day to be able to take pictures as good as this. I mean, I thought I was pretty good with one of mine previously, but
Can you show that
always
nag?
blows me away.
The nag starbursting, the Naglfar.
You mean that one?
Yeah, love that one. That one's religious. It's
I think that's going to be my new desktop.
spiritual.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I think I'm gonna have to browse some of his some of his pictures and see which ones I can have, because I have a lovely ultra wide, curved, and a normal monitor. So we
Yeah,
have to
I'm thinking
figure
I
something
think
out.
with tie-dye as slow as it is, we might as well have him take a picture every like 2 minutes, and we'll just show those pictures. Talk about the
Yeah.
battle.
Well, if you took a picture every
Safety.
2 minutes, you could play it as if it was a second, and
Yeah.
because people have done that in previous fights, they recorded the entire duration and then just sped it up, and it's like, this is it at normal speed.
Yeah, 10 times speed.
So yes, guys, the Keepstar is still paused for those of you guys wondering what the DPS on it is.
Yeah.
So it's at minimum 7,500.
Metal, do you want to put a link in for Twitch chat, because there's
I'm
people
on
that
it.
are very interested in it.
Yeah, there it is. Check it out. Those will show up in there soon.
All right, I'm going to link a D-scan of local. This is what the Coalition D-scan looks like.
Yeah. Speaking of local, we are just about to hit 5130, so we have dropped down over over 1,000 since peak, but we are almost below the 5,000 mark.
So yeah, that D-scan gives you a Coalition breakdown, so you can see how much Imperium's in there, how much Pan Fam, how much Legacy. So basically Imperium versus, Pappy. That's all it is. So Imperium are still heavily outnumbered, probably at least 2-1. But numbers are going down. You are 100% correct there.
By the way, that's at least 2-1. It looks like more than 2-1, but maybe not 3-1.
No, it's not. It's probably like 2.2 to 2.3-1. But this also includes everybody that's docked in the Keepstar currently right now, because they've probably gone to bed or something.
Yeah, there is currently 102 people sat in this Keepstar, which is very interesting, because when it dies, they just get popped out. So I'm hoping no pilot has docked thinking I'm going to bed and has left the ship sat there.
Oh god, I could see a super getting popped out of there later tonight.
I mean, that happens. People got into BTAC-R. A big battle like this took a long time. Valuable ships, and had to go. They took off. They had their whole day. They went to work, came back, and they were still floating in space.
I fell asleep for 6 hours during BTAC-R. I woke up to my Aeon and my Avatar still alive. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
So guys, I'm going to go for a quick nap. The fight will still be here.
Yeah.
That wasn't even a plan. I just fell asleep. I was just like, good night. Woke up in my chair like, what the hell?
Yeah,
Thing is
I've done that before.
That's what makes EVE so incredible, is that the commitment level of players is amazing.
Dude, 21 hours for BTAC-R. I could not have done it all.
Well, most of that was like trying to extract. I mean, the battle was over after 8 hours. We
just kept going in. We made the decision to extract late U.S. time zone. Because we realized that the U.S. time zone really wasn't waking up and showing up like they needed to.
You're right. Yeah.
And then it went till downtime, so that sucked.
Yeah. It's a depressing. You're right, though. It was U.S. time zone wasn't going to be able to do it, and that's when they were like, "Uh-oh."
But it was funny. The next day, we were still running around all of Amencia and all that over there with our supers, just doing whatever after we lost all of our Titans. It was good stuff.
So someone in chat said, could they dock up, leave their ship, asset safety the ship, and just take the pod loss? They could, and fair enough, there may be some pilots in small subcaps that would be willing to do that, save the dying on the way home. However, with supers with the carriers, supers, and titans, if there was any on grid, they can only be retrieved to a system of the same size, so capitals can go to the Forza, but supers will have to be put into another Keepstar.
Or LOSEC.
Yeah, which means if there's not one anchored in time, then it will be transported to the closest LOSEC system, and they will also have to pay quite a few billion to get it back out. I believe for a Titan it was 5 billion.
And it takes
Get
30
out.
days to get there.
Yeah, so you'll be without one for 30 days and then pay 5 billion to get it out, which is then in an NPC station in low sec, which everyone knows where it is, and you have to
Right.
undock and jump, and once you undock, you cannot redock.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is this Delve region. If you decide to asset safety anything, it goes to Ermelin, which is in Canyon, I believe. And there is a fraternity Keepstar sitting over that NPC station. So,
Fraternity with the Keepstars.
yeah. Well, they're able to put them down, right? They have a time zone that they control pretty much because they're the biggest, strongest force in that time zone. But
Yeah,
the
I think
reason,
that's the reason why they've been
Yeah.
anchoring them, is they have the most presence at that one focus point.
yeah, the reason this is different, and maybe the last one was different, is because people are up for it, right? American players, because let's say Imperium says they, as you said before, Imperium has a strong U.S. time zone contingency. It's the middle of the night downtime. It's 3 a.m. for Pacific Coast, 6 a.m. for East Coast. That's not a good time for them to wake up and play the game. So the thing that's different about lately is this is a big war, and these are big moments in the war. So yeah, people are up for it. They're going to wake up early. They're going to get to the field and participate. But you may not see those numbers in other situations.
Yeah, you got a lot of people that were frustrated with the Fountain campaign because, again, they're like towards the end there was really no fights after that. It was just bash, bash, bash. So now
Right.
that there's the chance of a fight, everyone is jumping at it. Like, let's go.
I kind of feel like that's the part of the story we haven't really talked about. You know, we're into this. It's like 6.5 hours of this going on so far, and people are up for it right now. But will they, thinking 6 hours? I can't do that again. Are we just seeing the high point of this conflict? Are people going to relax and pace themselves a bit more going into the rest of these fights that are possibly going to happen? This is a huge fight. The stakes here are incredibly high.
Especially if you're about to feed another 800 bill, but whatever.
Well, hey, no cheap shots. Resist cheap shots.
Sorry, I'll stop.
They're out here fighting just as hard as you are.
Not just as hard as I am. I'm at work.
That's right. You're relaxing. But the idea is that this is an incredibly important fight. So not everybody's going to show up like this for that. I'm kind of impressed because 6,000 people on one side, we've never seen those numbers before on any one side, not even close. A total of 10,000 people essentially interested and involved in some way participating is a huge number.
Ooh, those goon pings, man. Oof.
Yeah, I think they took this seriously. They got, what, 3,200 people or 3,200 ships ready to go to fight in this. That's a gargantuan number alone that would dwarf any of the lines.
No, that's fair, but then that's completely fair. I mean, let's take a look at like ships lost here for so far today. So the updated battle report has 1,660 ships lost for goons, and 322 ships lost for Pappy. Now, again, as you say, we can expect this because goons are just focusing fire on the Keepstar to try to keep it from onlining, as where Pappy's just murdering everything they can get their hands on. So we expect that.
Yep.
So currently Keepstar health is at 45%, and we are seeing less and less battleships here. Last count on a D-scan was around 50 to 60. Definitely say there are less than that now. We do have some dreadnoughts still at the bottom. Interestingly, the dreadnoughts are just warping in, seemingly surrounded by Pappy members, but because of their tanks, they're still able to get a decent amount of damage off from the structure.
Oh, those are literally suicide dreads, aren't they?
Yeah, and plus with those, God, I'm sorry.
We have goons from Jackdaw getting there as well, which I imagine is primarily focused on getting damage onto the Keepstar as well.
What's nice about those dreads that they're bringing in is those dreads are hull energized, so half the time those hull energizers are actually sticking on, and they stay on for a lot longer than they're supposed to due to the tie-dyed module lag and all that nonsense. So if they're able to actually stay on the grid for longer than normal, and sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, but they're able to do a little bit more damage to help keep that Keepstar paused before they go down. So it's it's a good tactic. I mean, but they're throwing like 2-3 dreads at a time at this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the
I don't
most
know.
dreads we saw was at the start, which was 12, and since then it's literally been 3 to 5.
Right. I think you might have mentioned this just a second ago, but 467 billion lost so far by Imperium. That's not an insignificant number. It's less than last time, but it's still climbing. How far are they on this Keepstar? How far are they?
It's at like 46% right now. So I mean,
was the last
yeah, so 45.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's dropping slower.
Yeah, this is not good for them. That
David
is actually not a good sign.
44.
So before it was dropping about 10% every hour, and now we've already gone an hour and it's only dropped 6%.
Have they changed the composition of their damage?
I think they have, because there was a couple of people saying that the battleship stockpile at the moment appears to have been dwindling. So I think they are running low on ready Ravens.
So they're using a lot more rocks now since the Ravens are pretty much out, but I don't know how true this is. I'm going by what I've read in certain channels and things like that, but apparently they've restocked all their rocks, but the rocks are have increased in price by like 20%.
Well, it's I mean, it looks to me like it's on course to climb back up to 800, 900 billion, which was actually your prediction, Apollo. It might be accurate. That will be a mixed win. They got the objective. They can rejoice that they prevented a huge force from enforcing their will and dropping a Keepstar. But it comes at a great cost that kind of offsets the the jubilee of being able to do that.
I don't know. I can 100% say with certainty if we get up above 600-700 bill again for this Keepstar, if we lose the Keepstar, I guarantee you nobody in Pappy is going to be sad that we lost the Keepstar.
Yeah, we had Billy on yesterday. If you want to check out that news program on our YouTube channel, and he was saying we'll make that trade every day of the week. He would even trade a Keepstar for less. They have plenty of Keepstars, he says. We don't know what he has, but he likes that trade, 900 billion for a Keepstar. Looks like we're on our way to close to the same amount today.
Put a note for those wondering. Luinda's put an Eve Marketeer link. The Raven across Jita has gone up by 50 mil per ship in the last 2 weeks.
It's going to spike today.
There was a point on the 25th where 131 of them were purchased from Jita.
That is crazy. So I wonder if goons are out hunting more disconnects because they just ping for dreads again.
Well, that would be a smart move because they need to put some points up on the scoreboard as well. They're gonna, if they win this fight, they're gonna win that, and that's the whole ball game. But it would be nice to damage Pappy quite a bit more than they've been damaged because they hardly took any damage yesterday. So that 900 billion really dwarfed any damage on the other side or any amount of loss on the other side.
Yeah.
So it would be nice for them to get some percentage of that back. by killing some supers that have been disconnected.
Yeah, they may also be pinging for dreadnoughts because we know that we've had people say their battleship stocks are running low. I'd imagine as well they're ready, fit dreadnought stocks, or the pilots that have been flying them may also be running low, so they're trying to get more pilots in to also change out, because we may be seeing dreadnought pilots who have been running in for hours, like UK time people like myself, it has just gone midnight, so they may be wanting to trade them out into the US time zone guys.
Not only that, they could be saying that they're running. They need more dreads on the Keepstar to keep it paused, because I just saw a big group warp out.
That is true. Yeah, we did just see a rather large Imperium group.
Well, remember our analogy then. Imperium are carrying this heavy object across a road. They're halfway. They're more than halfway, but they can't let it slip and fall. And that can happen at any time until they're across the road.
I'm wondering why they have Munins there, and if the Munins are actually engaging the Keepstar, or if they're engaging Pappy forces. Because if they're engaging the Keepstar, that means they're well within range of the fighters and of the supers and carriers.
And for those of you in chat, we are dropping more Razorian photos in there from this battle. And we are also dropping his Razorian Eve Flickr account, so you guys can check out his whole collection. Great stuff.
Ron shooting harpies on his stream. Oh, Ron.
Ron has been a superstar during this war every day, doing multiple hours a day, bringing you the news and explanation and context. If you are not watching Ron USMC's channel, you should follow him. In fact, you should subscribe to his channel and give him some help. But he's doing an amazing job every day. Such stamina.
On the stream now, you can see the Razorian link that Matt just posted. But I had a look at it and thought, oh, I'll give that on a stream.
That's actually really cool. Eve should use that. The Eve Online team should use that for their Facebook post.
I'll just put it in here.
So that Imperium group that we saw leave, I was able to figure out their ship type as they left, and it was a Munin fleet. Now I'm unsure if they were out of the Keepstar range because of the bubble. Might have been possible. So
yeah, if they were in range of the fighters, they were not going to trade well.
All right, the bees are doing it. 43%. Any idea when this will end? Yeah, we have an idea. If everything goes as planned for Imperium, we're looking at probably about 5.5 more hours, maybe 6. That's if everything goes well.
Yeah, if everything goes well. Stream's been up for 6 hours now, so this Keepstar's been out of repair for 6 hours.
So honestly, I would say probably about 4 more hours at that point.
4 more, yeah.
Yeah, between 4 and 5.
Okay, so about 4 or 5 more hours is what we're looking at this rate.
Yeah, what you guys also got to remember though is more as Pappy killed more and more people, and as fleets warp away with tie-dye, this could prolong it even more. Because remember, the damage cap that you need is 7,500 just to keep it paused. Now, even with tie-dye and you're hitting max damage cap, it would still take, I think, 26, 28 minutes to kill the Keepstar in no tie-dye?
Yeah. If everything stays the same yes, 4 or 5 more hours. There's variables that can adjust that time. Less people means less tie-dye. It can go faster.
Yeah, this thing could
Yes.
unpause right now, and it'd only be another hour?
8 minutes, right?
Yeah.
This could end in 8 minutes if somehow Imperium screws up, right? They drop the ball in the middle of the road and boom, done.
You hear that, Imperium? If you want this to end, just stop shooting for
Just
8
give
minutes.
up. If you want this end, just give up. If you want those EU pilots of yours to go to sleep.
We can all go back to enjoying our nights. I'm just saying.
Just imagine you, twisting somebody's arm behind them. This could all end. This could all end.
Yeah.
Just say the magic words.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean anywhere from 8 minutes to 5 hours on so somewhere in there it can end. It's an interesting dynamic to a fight too. It's EVE Online is not just like who's damaging who. In this kind of a fight over a structure, there are different objectives. And really the only objective is for Imperium to apply damage until it is destroyed. And they can only apply it so fast because they're limited by a damage cap. And Pappy's objective is to prevent them from reaching that damage cap. And the only way they can prevent it is to blow up everything that's damaging this Keepstar. So
to answer Dur's question, we don't know what CCP plans for their timers for tie-dye, but as we were discussing earlier, this is probably the best iteration of that we have so far, because any other iteration would just make it way too much harder on the defenders.
Yeah,
Right.
it's the better of the two options, but it's kind of the lesser of two evils, more though, because both are unfair, but one's extremely unfair, the other is just slightly unfair.
Yeah, I think the best solution, if it were possible, would be to have no tie-dye. Tie-dye really complicates things, right? You can use it to your advantage, and it's not great, but it's just a fair way to make these battles work.
Can you see what's warping in at the bottom of the Keepstar there? I'm wondering if that's the Munin fleet coming back or if they're bringing in dreads.
That is the Munin fleet returning.
And why would
Okay.
they bring in dreads if they're meeting the damage cap? Why would they bring in dreads?
But they're not meeting the cap; they're meeting the minimum.
Right, so they're always at fear they're going to lose that the minimum damage cap that they need to keep it paused.
I thought those two things were linked and the same. They're not, right?
No.
So
Right.
75,000 is the minimum.
No,
What's the cap?
75,000 is the cap.
What's the minimum?
7,500.
Okay, that's why I got
At,
confused. Okay.
at 20% resist as well, so it's actually more like 9,000 and 90,000. Because the Keepstar is
understand.
naturally 20%.
So then what they may be doing is trying to bring in, they want to meet the damage cap because they want to kill this thing as quickly as possible. Okay. I see. So that's why it was slowing down in damage, right? It was taking longer to tick off a
Yes.
percentage point of damage. because
Right,
they
so-
were reaching the cap. Okay.
Right, if they were reaching the main damage cap of 75,000, then it would only take 28 minutes, of tie-dye fighting to whatever that would be in tie-dye time, would be to kill the Keepstar. Without that, because they're meeting the bare minimum threshold, I don't know exactly how long it would take for that, but it's forever. And then add tie-dye on top of that.
Oh, this is a good question, but it'll take a long time to answer. What are the long-term consequences for this war? That's just such a long answer, but long-term consequences. This is, as Naros from Fraternity, their leader, Naros, said, this is one of the wars that will shift the balance of power. So there will be a shift in power after this war is over. We just don't know how it will shift. And there are different scenarios on how it will shift depending on who wins and how they win. I can go into those, but let me eat something first.
Just on the subject before, at the bare minimum damage you apply to this Keepstar, it will take you 4 hours, 4.8 hours, so pretty much 5 hours to kill this Keepstar doing the bare minimum damage cap.
And what would that be in tie-dye, sir?
A lot more than 5 hours.
Let's say they reach a damage cap every second of the rest of this fight. Is that the 4 to 5 hours that we're looking at?
So if they say they start doing 75,000 damage, and we're at 40%. So do some math.
Probably about 13 minutes plus whatever that is in tie-dye.
It would be 11.5 minutes with no tie-dye. If they was to immediately start doing full damage, reaching the 75,000 DPS cap after the resists, it would take them 12 minutes. Assuming obviously no tie-dye. And with tie-dye at 10%, that's more than likely.
If we have anyone from the Imperium or sympathetic to the Imperium that can conduct themselves well, I invite you to come on to stream. Just jump into public in TIS Discord. I'll give you that link, and I'm happy to invite you in to talk about this battle from the point of view of the Imperium.
So somebody asked what the updated numbers were for the battle report. I just posted it in chat. Basically, right now, Goons have just crossed the 500 billion mark, and Pappy have just crossed the 128 bill. But remember, again, 25 of that was due to Horde executing a spy.
Yeah, so we'd be looking at about 100 bill.
Yeah, so you're looking at about 5-1 right now as a ratio.
Well, it's hard to take that ratio seriously because, I mean, it is what it is. It's damage. It's money out of somebody's pocket.
As somebody on the other side, I take that ratio very, very seriously.
But their objective isn't to win that ratio. That's not their objective.
It's the same way you would look at, you put down a content generating Astra House. You're there to get the fight. Granted, we're here to kick Goons out of their space, but it's the exact same thing. We put down a Keepstar, and as long as we get at least the Keepstar value out of it, we're happy. Okay, so we're clearly getting more than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's still something to look at. It's data points, so we have to look at it because that does equate to how morale will be spun on either side. Excuse me for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, thank you for... I've just forgotten your name because my chat scrolled up. Kyle and I'm going to assume that's Makel for doing the math for me. So at 12 minutes remaining for them to do maximum damage in tie-dye would either be 120 or 108 minutes because it's like 90%, so it's that weird kind of bit. So basically an hour and a half to 2 hours if they was immediately start doing damage cap right now. Simmed, I assume if the battleships are anything like they used to be when I used to build them, it's maximum of 2 per blueprint.
No, that's changed a long time ago, buddy.
I haven't built them for a long time, and I used to build faction ones, so it's always a bit different with them.
Oh yeah, faction absolutely, but yeah, right now you can do unlimited runs for 30 days as long as you have a BPO.
But how many can you actually build in those 30 days? Is the question. How many battleships can you build in 24 hours?
Probably like 15 or 20. Probably a lot more than that because I think it's only like 4 hours to build certain ones if you're using a bonus structure.
Let's see. Do I have a blueprint anywhere? I'm looking through my blueprints just for a battleship now. Because I'm curious.
So Willow's saying a battleship is around 1 hour in a Sodio that's rigged.
Yep, I'm seeing an Armageddon here, 1 hour and 17 minutes. So yeah,
So,
you
yeah.
can build 23.
You build
of them.
24 a day, yeah, or 23 a day. You're right, yeah.
Not a bad guess from you. That's pretty accurate. Yeah. So it would take them. Their current loss count on battleships is. I'll go to the last battle report because that should hopefully show. No, it doesn't. Yeah. So one character with 10 blueprints can make 240 a day.
Yep.
But the big thing with these Ravens is not just the hulls themselves, but also their
It's
fits.
the fittings. Yeah.
T2 fits, they have T1 rigs, they have the long range ammo, so we are seeing the Imperium Jackdaw fleet leave the grid.
So they were pinging about something about not fighting in tie-dye and to join up in 1DQ or something a little while ago. So they may be off doing something else. You know, there's word about entosing, so I'm sure Test will wake up to a bunch of timers or something.
I'll ask the gracious devious citizen, even not chicken, devious citizen, if he can give us an updated percentage. Because he's one of the pilots in system and is able to actually lock the Keepstar. I would uncloak my camera and lock it, but I'm pretty sure I'll be killed within 5 seconds.
Honestly, they'd have to realize you'd uncloaked.
It took me 4 attempts to get in system today.
Yeah, fair. Don't decloak.
To the point which I even injected this character because he used to fly a stiletto. He's now in an Ares because I was tired of the instalock and gate camp, and an Ares you can get to 1.74 seconds a line.
So yes, it is confirmed by 3 different people. The Keepstar is at 42%.
Very, very slow.
So like I said before, when it was going down, it was going about 10% an hour, and we are now 20 minutes past the hour mark, and it still hasn't hit 40%. So I think they really are slowing a lot, but we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, I think when we was at stream, we counted 6% in 30 minutes as being one of their accurate times.
So yeah, that would have put it at 12% in an hour. So, and now we're at 8% in an hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, I can reduce my volume. Sorry.
Just crop out the black lines on the camera.
Is that any better?
So they're all soft. I've normally been pretty good about adjusting things as I go because, let's say, I've not gotten used to the OBS and got it all balanced yet because, yeah, I had to sort out avoiding my fleet comms first. I don't think my FCs would like me very much if I streamed all of his commands.
Jake, I think you need to update your numbers, bud. We're over 500 bill. And you're right, guys. I am actually really excited. I'm sorry.
Came back.
Welcome back, Matterall. So yeah, we're actually at 520 bill now to 128. So 520 to about 103.
How's that math work out?
What do you mean?
If this goes all the way, what are they trading for a Keepstar?
So if this goes all the way, they'll hit 900 bill again.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And again, it hasn't been that many dreadnoughts, so they're taking a lot of damage just for subcaps. They're right now at 1,956 ships killed, so we'll easily hit 3,500 ships killed.
I have a more updated battle report than yours.
Ooh.
2,062 ships.
Okay, John.
575 billion.
Yeah, mine's still sitting at the other one. I just refreshed it again.
So I think the question is, how well are they trading?
Well, the trade right now is currently, like I said, it's still like 5-1. For ISK efficiency, it's 5-1 right now. For ship wise, like I said, they've lost about 2,000 ships, and Pappy've lost about 375.
Battle report's right above you there. Oh, test is on the wrong side of that battle report, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not mine.
No, the new one.
Not mine. One I got linked.
Made me double check. I was like, oof.
Yeah,
The other thing is, it only moved over like 30 billion.
Well, Racker, what you can always say is that Pappy can easily use this as a propaganda tool that goons fed, say, a trillion ISK per Keepstar, we'll just say. You know, we can easily say that it costs you a trillion ISK to kill our Keepstars, and so on, and it can be definitely memed like crazy. And honestly, the meme game in this war has been pretty amazing, and I hope it keeps up. But and I apologize if you think I'm spinning it all. I'm literally just stating the facts that are in front of me.